Chapter 2046. Song Qingshu was pleasantly surprised. It was not because he had given birth to a pair of twins. After all, he could predict the future. It was because Huang Rong had taken the initiative to mention this to him. This had always been a taboo between the two of them. Whenever Huang Rong was mentioned, his expression would change immediately, let alone when she took the initiative to mention it. Huang Rong paused and continued, "A son and a daughter." Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, then asked tentatively, "Have you given it a name?" As he expected, Huang Rong would not say anything like waiting for him to name them. She said, "Yes. The elder sister is Guo Xiang and the younger brother is Guo Pulu. They have the meaning of guarding Xiangyang and driving away the Tatars." Good names. Song Qingshu sighed. He did not expect that he could not change the wheel of history. When she said the names, she deliberately said their surnames, obviously emphasizing their identity. They are still so young. Will they be fine on Peach Blossom Island? Song Qingshu did not shamelessly ask who their father was. There was no need to force them into an awkward situation. In any case, they could only have the surname Guo, and Huang Rong would only allow them to have the surname Guo. I had no choice. I guessed what father wanted to do and had to stop him. Brother Jing's life is uncertain and I have to come out to investigate his whereabouts. It is not convenient to bring them along, so I could only leave them on Peach Blossom Island. Huang Rong looked apologetic. Fortunately, Sister Cheng is a meticulous person. I can rest assured with her looking after them. Song Qingshu was puzzled and said, "But Cheng Ying is still an unmarried girl. Xiang and Polu will need to drink milk." Huang Rong blushed and rolled her eyes at him. Peach Blossom Island has already prepared a few wet nurses. I see. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. His eyes suddenly fell on her bulging chest. He hesitated and asked, "You have been away from home for so long without breastfeeding. Won't your breast swell?" Huang Rong's face instantly reddened as she coldly said, "Prince of Qi, please conduct yourself with dignity. I'm innocent." Song Qingshu spread his hands. He really didn't mean to tease her this time. "It's just that I met a friend before. She was accidentally separated from her child after giving birth. She couldn't breastfeed normally, which led to a blockage in her breast. As a result, she had a high fever and almost died." He first thought of the time when he went to Xingjing City to pretend to be a doctor to treat Ma Chunhua. Then he thought of how he was poisoned by the golden ripple flower and hid on the Wan family's ship. Qi Fang had just given birth and was so bloated that she had to squeeze it out. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh at the wonders of fate when he thought of how he could save his life back then because of the Wan family's young mistress. He suddenly felt hot all over when he thought of the method to cure the poison. Noticing his expression, Huang Rong said angrily, "Your head must be filled with filthy thoughts right now." Song Qingshu hurriedly explained, "I was just thinking about you. That's not right, I was worried about Foreign's health." "There is no need for Prince of Qi to worry." Huang Rong was both embarrassed and angry. Perhaps it was because she was too excited that her breathing was short or something else, but her chest trembled. "No wonder everyone says that Prince of Qi is a dissolute man. I didn't expect that you would even know the private matters of a woman. It was a coincidence, just a coincidence," Song Qingshu said embarrassedly. To say how much he understood women in front of a woman was really a foolish thing to do. Huang Rong took a deep breath and calmed her emotions. There are many eyes in the Fu today. If someone sees a man and a woman alone with Prince of Qi, it will be too inconvenient. This servant will take her leave. Ah. Song Qingshu reached out to pull her. Foreign does not need to worry about this. If someone approaches with my skills, I will be able to detect them in advance. Huang Rong turned her head and looked deeply at him. Prince of Qi must make it so clear? This is just an excuse for me not wanting to stay with you. Song Qingshu was stunned. Huang Rong took the opportunity to leave, leaving behind only a faint sweet scent in the air. Meanwhile, Huang Rong quickly returned to her room and closed the door. She leaned against the door and fell into a daze. I'm dying. Why did I take the initiative to tell him about Xiang and Polu? Huang Rong did not need to look at herself in the mirror to know that her face must be very red. After a long time, her heaving chest gradually calmed down. She was already very tired after running around for a few days. Previously, she had washed up and planned to sleep. It was only when she heard that her daughter had gone to look for Song Qingshu that she could not help but go out. Now that she was back, she could no longer resist the sleepiness and went straight to bed. But she did not know why, even though she was very tired, she could not fall asleep. She tossed and turned on the bed for a long time. Suddenly, she sat up and held her chest with her hand. She frowned and said, I feel a little uncomfortable. Could it be that what he said was true? Although she was experienced, when she gave birth to Guofu, it was the most leisurely days on Peach Blossom Island. She was usually with the child, and she was the one who fed them. Fu was a good eater, so she had never experienced the pain of breast growth. But this time, she left Peach Blossom Island not long after Xiang and Polu were born. A few days ago, she did feel the swelling, but at that time, she was more concerned about her father's safety, and did not take it to heart. Now that she had calmed down, she suddenly realized the problem. Bah! She suddenly spat. He is a man, what does he know? Then she turned over and continued to sleep. She could not be blamed for thinking this way. In this world, the literacy rate was not high, not to mention the knowledge of physical health. In addition, the Southern Song dynasty was very strict. Men did not know anything about women. Even if they were married, it would not be any better. So she did not believe that Song Qingshu really knew anything. She only thought that he was deliberately teasing her. Meanwhile, Song Qingshu sighed at the moon in the back garden. He knew that he had been away for too long. It would not be good to neglect the group of officials, so he returned to the banquet. This time, he had changed his attitude. At the banquet, he focused on winning over Xiang Shibi, Gauda, and the others. Although he had many female confidants around him, he lacked male talents that he could use. This had always been a headache for him. But after the conversation with Zhao Min and the conversation with Dongfang Muxue, he understood everything. All along, he had been inclined to personally train his confidants, turning them from nothing into useful talents. But the two ladies told him that there was no need to personally train confidants. Sometimes they only needed to be promoted appropriately. In the officialdom, as long as the person was promoted, he would be marked with your brand. Everyone would think that he was on your side. As long as that person did not betray you, you could use him boldly. This way, you could save the time of personally training them, and you could use them directly. Zhao Min and Dongfang Muxue used the Mongols and the Manchus as examples, explaining how they had become stronger over the years. Actually, these two countries did not have many people of their own. At least, compared to other races, their numbers were far from enough. However, they were good at recruiting talents from other races, the Mongols and the Manchus. Moreover, rewards and punishments were clear. Don't underestimate these few simple words. Since ancient times, very few people were able to do this. Most of them were only able to do it at the beginning of a dynasty. In the middle and later stages of a dynasty, whether it was rewards or punishments, it was completely dependent on the person. If you had someone above you, even if you continuously lost a battle, you would still be continuously rewarded. If you had no one above you, sometimes you would still be beheaded for some inexplicable reason after winning a battle. Even if you were rewarded, the rewards would be deducted from the hands of the people at the bottom. Could you even keep a tenth of it? Not to mention rewards, even if it was proper military pay, was there anyone who could receive their share in full and on time? Du Chong of the Southern Song dynasty was the best example. He could be said to be an idiot. After he came to power, he ruined the positive situation in the Central Plains that Zhong Zhe had painstakingly worked on for many years. He lost one battle after another, dug up the Yellow River, and caused millions of people to lose their homes. He retreated all the way to the banks of the Yangtze River. However, with such a resume, his official position became higher and higher. With such a system of rewards and punishments, how could the middle and lower level officers and ordinary people think? How could they still have the strength to fight? In history, during the last years of the Southern Song dynasty and the end of the Ming dynasty, many imperial armies collapsed on the battlefield. Later, they had no choice but to surrender to the Mongols and Manchus. However, all of them instantly turned from sheep to tigers, and their fighting strength skyrocketed. They were the same people, why did they change so much? There was no other reason than the clear system of rewards and punishment. Of course, it was not that no one in the Ming dynasty and the Southern Song dynasty did not realize these things. Unfortunately, the dynasty was too big, and the interests of all parties were intertwined. Even if the higher-ups were determined to reform, the implementation would definitely change when it came to the lower levels. Song Qingshu did not think that he was smarter than these people. It was just that he stood on the shoulders of giants and knew a lot of lessons in advance. After a drinking competition, Song Qingshu also became familiar with these people. When the banquet was over, he was already 70 to 80% drunk. Although with his power, it could be said that he could not get drunk. If he could not get drunk, what was the meaning of life? Therefore, when he drank, he usually did not use his internal force to dissolve the alcohol. Not long after he returned to his room and fell asleep, there was suddenly an urgent knock on the door. Brother Song, Miss Guo, what's the matter? Song Qingshu lay on the bed and answered lazily. If it was a young girl, and she was so beautiful, who came looking for him in the middle of the night, he would definitely be excited. He might even flirt with her. Unfortunately, the other party's identity was too awkward. He did not want to make any mistakes, so it was better to nip it in the bud. Brother Song, I haven't seen my mother in a long time. Brother Song, I haven't seen my mother in a long time. I wanted to go talk to her, but I found out that she seems to be sick. Her body is very hot, and she talks nonsense from time to time. Father isn't home and there are unfamiliar guards everywhere. I don't know who to look for in the middle of the night, so I came to you. Guofu's voice was filled with panic, and there was a hint of sobbing in it. Just as she finished speaking, Song Qingshu opened the door from the inside. Madam is sick? Wasn't she just fine? I don't know either. Guofu looked helpless. It is said that sickness comes like a landslide. Is it true? Take me to see her. Song Qingshu hurriedly walked out. After walking for a while, he suddenly thought of something and asked, What nonsense is your mother talking about? She said she was sorry to my father. I don't understand what she means. Guofu blinked, her gem-like eyes filled with confusion. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2047. Song Qingshu stumbled and almost fell to the ground. He hurriedly asked, Did she say anything else? He thought to himself, Huang Rong has always been smart, so she shouldn't be muddle-headed. If she told everyone about what happened between the two of them, it wouldn't be too much for him to bear, but her reputation would be ruined. How would she be able to raise her head in front of her daughter? Guofu shook her head. She only repeats this sentence from time to time. As she speaks, she silently cries. It's as if she's half unconscious. Brother Song, quickly go and see her. She was worried about her mother's safety and didn't think about anything else. Song Qingshu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The two of them quickly arrived outside Huang Rong's room. Big Wu and Little Wu were anxiously pacing back and forth outside the door. How's my mother? Guofu hurriedly asked. Wu Xiuwen replied, Master's wife seems to have fallen asleep again. I don't know if it's getting worse or better. You're really useless. Guofu directly pushed him away and pulled Song Qingshu into the room. Brother Song, come and take a look. Wu Xiuwen, who was behind them, opened his mouth, full of grievances. Although they were disciples, there was still a difference between men and women. Now that Master's wife had fallen asleep, they couldn't stay in her room, so they naturally didn't know her exact situation. Wu Duanru, who was at the side, pulled his hand to comfort him. That's just how she is. Wu Xiuwen grunted in agreement. After so many years, how could he not know this? However, the strange thing was that the Wu brothers knew to avoid arousing suspicion and didn't have any objections to Song Qingshu entering. Guofu also didn't notice anything wrong. It turned out that Song Qingshu's reputation was too great. In the hearts of the three of them, they didn't even see him as someone of the same age, but as a person of virtue and virtue. Naturally, they didn't have any reservations between men and women. Song Qingshu came to the bedside and found Huang Rong lying on the bed with her eyes closed. Her face was flushed, and he didn't know if she had fainted or fallen asleep. He stretched out his hand to feel her forehead and couldn't help but whisper, "It's so hot." Guofu was on the verge of tears. "Brother Song, will my mother die?" Song Qingshu was speechless. If Huang Rong were awake and heard her daughter say this, she would probably die of anger. "Don't worry. She's just been too tired recently. Plus, she's weak after giving birth, so she caught a cold. Her life isn't in danger." Wu Dunru stood at the back and said, "We were going to ask for a doctor, but because the emperor is in the mansion, there are guards everywhere, and we are not allowed to go in and out as we please. Brother Song, do you have any way to make them let us out?" Song Qingshu replied, "Of course I can let you out, but there is no need. I can cure Madame's illness." Wu Xiuwen and Wu Duanru looked at each other. They had never heard of him being able to treat illnesses. At this time, Guofu couldn't help but snort. Brother Song is so capable. If he says he can cure it, then he can. Why bother hiring those quacks? Why are you guys still standing here like idiots? Why aren't you guarding outside and get some water? Okay. The Wu brothers hurriedly ran out. If it was Yanggua here and Guofu insulted them like that, the two brothers would have already exploded. But the difference between them and Song Qingshu was too great, so great that it was like the difference between heaven and earth. They didn't even have the thought of pointing their spears at Song Qingshu. The noise outside slowly woke Huang Rong up. She opened her eyes and saw Song Qingshu at the side of the bed. She was so scared that her entire body trembled. Why are you here? Hurry and get out." Song Qingshu was speechless. Was he that scary in her heart? He was worried that she wasn't awake and would say something she shouldn't say in front of Guofu. He quickly said, "Fu just came to find you and found out that you were sick. She came to find me in a hurry, so I came to see you." Hearing his words, Huang Rong couldn't help but stare blankly for a while. Gradually, she remembered what was going on. She looked at her daughter and said angrily, "If I'm sick, you can go find a doctor. Why did you ask him to come here?" Guofu was full of grievances. She pouted, "The emperor is at home and I can't go out. That's why I went to find Brother Song. He said he can cure you." Song Qingshu nodded. "Madam, I told you before. If you are separated from your child for too long, it will be easy for problems to arise." Because Guofu was here, he spoke in a more vague manner. Huang Rong was smart. Even though her mind was a bit muddled, she immediately understood what he was referring to. Song Qingshu continued, "Problems will arise sooner or later if you continue like this. In addition, you've been on the move for days. Your body finally couldn't take it anymore. That's why all the hidden problems have flared up." Huang Rong also felt that her body was very weak. Just when she wanted to sit up, she felt dizzy. She felt that her chest was hard and swollen. She couldn't help but turn pale. Could it really be as he said? "Thank you, Prince Qi, for your concern. However, you don't need to trouble yourself with such a small illness. Go to the city and find a doctor." Huang Rong said as she looked at Song Qingshu, "It shouldn't be difficult to get a warrant from Prince Qi." Song Qingshu naturally knew that she didn't want to have too much contact with him. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Madam, you should know what the cause of your illness is. Even if you find a doctor, how can you ask him to treat you? Unless you can find a female divine doctor in Xiangyang. Huang Rong was speechless. She had lived in Xiangyang for many years. Of course, she knew that there was no female divine doctor in the city. Even the doctors were all men. It was indeed inconvenient for them to see her illness. Guofu was confused. Why do we need a female divine doctor? Shut up. Huang Rong was embarrassed and angry. Just as she was agitated, her vision became dizzy. She immediately realized that her illness was not light. Looking comfortingly at Guofu, who was suffering from an unexpected disaster, Song Qingshu said to Huang Rong, Madam, you must think carefully. This is not an ordinary illness. If it is not treated in time, I'm afraid it will endanger your life. Huang Rong bit her lip and shook her head. Prince Qi doesn't need to worry. I don't think it's a big problem. Mother, your whole body is so hot. You were just unconscious and talking nonsense. How can you be fine? Hearing her words, Guofu immediately became anxious. You can't say that you're fine just because you woke up for a while. Huang Rong's heart jumped. What nonsense did I just say? Song Qingshu knew what she was worried about. He rushed to answer, Madam, you spoke very vaguely. Miss Guo didn't understand. Huang Rong breathed a sigh of relief and said to her daughter, Fu, Prince Qi is also tired today. It's late. You should send him back to rest. But Guofu wanted to say more but suddenly noticed her mother's stare. Huang Rong usually spoiled her and had never been so strict. Guofu panicked and did not dare to disobey her mother's order again. Song Qingshu frowned. He knew that Huang Rong did not hesitate to risk her life to avoid him. Suddenly, he had an idea and said, Madam, you don't know. Even if this strange illness can be saved in the end, it will leave a sequela. In the future, I'm afraid I can't even be a woman, let alone a mother. What do you mean? Huang Rong was puzzled. Song Qingshu explained using secret voice sending. During this period of time, you were separated from Xiang and the others. You've been separated from Xiang and the rest during this period of time. You can't breastfeed, and at the same time, you didn't release the milk in time, so it's all stuck in your chest. Is it hard and painful? Huang Rong secretly touched the quilt. She frowned and nodded subconsciously. The cause of your high fever is this. If the meridians are not cleared in time, it will be completely infected and necrotic. In order to save your life, I'm afraid we can only cut it off. How can you still be a mother and a woman? Huang Rong's expression changed several times. She was already scared out of her wits. She didn't expect the consequences to be so serious. However, she quickly reacted and said, Nonsense. If what you said is true, then there must be many ordinary people who have encountered such things. How come I've never heard of it? Song Qingshu secretly praised Huang Rong. Huang Rong was indeed Huang Rong. How could she be so gullible because of a few words? Madam, you don't know. It is difficult for ordinary people to fill their stomach. How can you be like Madam? Moreover, Madam is a martial artist and is gifted. Subconsciously, her eyes fell on Guofu's chest. Huang Rong blushed and quickly pulled the quilt as if she was afraid of exposing something. For various reasons, Madam is more likely to be depressed than other women. Song Qingshu concluded. Hearing the horror of his story, Huang Rong finally became a little afraid. Her tone also became a little relaxed. But you are not a doctor. How can you know how to treat it? Song Qingshu said with a smile, Madam, have you forgotten? I once said that I had a friend who had similar symptoms and was cured by me. Shameless. Huang Rong couldn't help but spit. She wondered how many women this bastard had hooked up with. He even had a relationship with a woman who had given birth to a child. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. What's wrong with me? How many women around him have anything to do with me? At this time, Guofu felt a little puzzled. Mother, Brother Song is kind enough to treat you. How can you scold him? Silly daughter. Huang Rong was too tired to explain, so she simply turned her head and ignored her. As Song Qingshu spoke, he raised his finger to point at the candlelight. The flame bent to the side but did not go out. Dao and Xiaowu came in with hot water and exclaimed, "Solar finger? It seems to be of a higher level than Daddy." Guofu snorted, of course. Brother Song is like an immortal. His attainments in solar finger are naturally extraordinary. I'm afraid he is not inferior to grandfather Nandi. Song Qingshu smiled but did not say anything. He only continued to explain to Huang Rong, "Madam, the root of your illness is the stagnation of your meridians. The only way to cure it is to open up your meridians. In this regard, what martial arts is more suitable than solar finger?" Huang Rong knew that what he said made sense. Solar finger was indeed very effective in this regard. Moreover, there were only a few people in the world who knew solar finger. Wu Santong's skills were not pure, the Wu brothers did not know how to use it, Reverend Yiding lived in seclusion in Tiannan, and the masters of the Duan family were far away in Dali. Even if there were people in Xiangyang now, she could not ask them to use it on her. After thinking about it, it seemed that only Song Qingshu was suitable. After all, in his eyes, she no longer had any secrets. After hesitating for a long time, Huang Rong finally made a difficult decision. "I can treat you, but I need Fu Er to stay by my side and take care of me." She was most worried that he would take advantage of the opportunity to do something, but in front of Fu Er, he should have some reservations. Song Qingshu smiled. "Okay. Calm. Miao Shu Wu." Chapter 2048. Seeing that he agreed, Huang Rong let out a sigh of relief. With Fu Er by her side, he probably wouldn't have any other thoughts. She was already seriously ill, and before this, she was barely able to stay awake. Now that this energy was gone, she felt a wave of tiredness wash over her. "Big Wu, little Wu, go guard the courtyard, don't let anyone disturb her." Huang Rong felt her head getting dizzy and quickly added, "Yes, master's wife." Wu Xiuwen and Wu Duanru bowed and slowly left. Song Qingshu instructed Guofu, "Soak the handkerchief in the hot water, don't add cold water." Guofu was startled. "Mother has a fever, shouldn't she put a cold handkerchief on her forehead?" "That's just treating the symptoms, I'm going to treat the root of the problem," Song Qingshu explained. Guofu nodded, not really understanding. She quickly took the handkerchief out of the hot water. It was so hot that she cried out, "Brother Song, it's so hot, won't it burn mother?" Song Qingshu took the handkerchief from her red hands. His martial arts were high enough, so he wasn't afraid of the heat. "Don't worry, it's just right." "Just right?" Guofu clearly didn't understand. "Miss Gua, you must be tired from all the work, rest for a while," Song Qingshu said. "No, I'm not tired." Guofu shook her head. She was actually a bit tired, but with her mother's illness so serious, she couldn't sleep. "No, you're tired." Song Qingshu's voice suddenly had a strange tone. Guofu found that his eyes were as black as ink, as if they had an infinite amount of magic. Soon, her eyes also became hazy. "Yes, I do want to sleep." Then she went to the table and sat down, lying on the table, and quickly fell asleep. Huang Rong was about to fall asleep when she suddenly felt something was wrong. She looked over and immediately cried out, "What did you do to her?" "Nothing, I just let her sleep for a while," Song Qingshu replied. Soul shifting technique. Huang Rong was also familiar with the 9-in manual, so she immediately reacted. She subconsciously grabbed the quilt and covered her chest. "What are you doing?" Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. "Why are you so afraid, madam? Do you think I will eat you? Can it be?" Huang Rong blushed. She had a sharp mind, so her mind worked much faster than ordinary people. Soon, she thought of another meaning of eating. Song Qingshu continued, "The root of your illness is there. It will be hard to hide it during the treatment later. Guofu saw it from the side. Letting me treat such a hidden illness, especially when we will inevitably come into contact with each other, no matter how stupid she is, she will feel that something is wrong. Huang Rong instantly sobered up. You still want to get in touch? Madam, don't misunderstand. Seeing her exaggerated reaction, Song Qingshu was speechless. He threw the towel in his hand over. You apply this towel to the painful swollen area. After the blood circulates, I will help you to dredge the tendons and veins. Only then will you get twice the result with half the effort. After a pause, he laughed. Isn't this just contact? If Guofu sees you apply it there, how are you going to explain it to her? Huang Rong opened her mouth. She knew that what he said was not unreasonable, but she was soon shocked by the hot towel in her hand. It's so hot, won't it burn? No, Song Qingshu replied with certainty. Madam, have you forgotten that I have experience in this area? Huang Rong thought of him mentioning that he had treated other people with similar symptoms, and she could not help but snort. Prince Qi really has a wide circle of friends. Hearing the sarcasm in her tone, Song Qingshu could only pretend to ignore it. You'd better hurry up and apply the hot compress. Otherwise, the effect will not be good when the towel gets cold. Huang Rong did feel very uncomfortable. In addition, the other party had said that if she did not treat it in time, it could lead to serious consequences. She was also a little afraid, so she silently took the towel to the quilt. But suddenly, she thought of something and hurriedly said, "Quickly turn around." Song Qingshu did not know whether to laugh or cry. Sister, you are in the quilt. How can I see through the thick quilt? Do you think I have X-ray vision? You are so skilled in martial arts, who knows if you really can see through things? As Huang Rong said this, she could not help but laugh. She also realized that she had exaggerated. No matter how skilled one was in martial arts, could he reach the point of X-ray vision? He was probably no longer human. Since the beginning, she had been wearing a straight face, but now she suddenly burst into a smile, like the melting of ice and snow, the blooming of 100 flowers. Coupled with the fact that her body heat caused both her cheeks to turn bright red, she looked really tender and beautiful at this moment. Seeing that the other party had been staring at her, Huang Rong's heart beat wildly. She turned her head guiltily. What are you looking at? Song Qingshu could not help but sigh. Madam is really too beautiful. I really can't get tired of looking at you for a lifetime. Huang Rong actually did not like this kind of frivolous person. For example, in the past, Ouyang Ku, in terms of handsomeness and honeyed words, was not inferior to her. But for some reason, when Ouyang Ku spoke such flowery words in front of her, she only felt that he looked repulsive. But when Song Qingshu did the same, she found it very difficult to truly hate him. Could it be that his tone is more sincere? Huang Rong hastily extinguished the rising thoughts in her mind and deliberately put on a straight face. I hope that the Prince of Qi will conduct himself with dignity. Otherwise, I will call for help. Big Wu and Little Wu will be outside. Song Qingshu smiled faintly, no longer continuing to use such offensive words, and directly changed the topic. Is Madam done applying it? If you don't feel hot, immediately change to another towel. As he spoke, he wrung another towel and handed it over. Huang Rong's red lips slightly opened, but in the end she did not say anything. She stretched out a jade-white arm from under the quilt and took the towel from his hand. Song Qingshu spread out his hand. Give me the towel from before. I want to soak it in hot water again. Huang Rong's face heated up, and she hastily said, That, how can I give it to you? What a joke. She had just applied the towel to her most private part, how could she give it to another man? Thinking of this, she suddenly realized that these towels had been given to her through the other party's hand. Wouldn't that mean that his hand had indirectly touched her? Her heart was beating wildly, and she hastily stopped herself from letting her imagination run wild. She thought to herself, I am not an unmarried young lady, how can I be so rash? Song Qingshu was also somewhat stunned, and he could not help but sigh. Madam, there are no outsiders here. With the relationship between us, there is no need for you to be so restricted. Huang Rong hastily spat. What relationship do I have with you? However, although she said this, her actions did not deceive one's ears while stealing a bell. Blushing, she still handed over the towel that she had previously applied. Song Qingshu walked to the bedside and looked down at the beautiful young woman curled up under the quilt. It should be almost done. Let's start now. First, set a small goal, such as 1 second. Chapter 2049. Huang Rong curled up under the blanket, her face alternating between green and red. It was obvious that she was having an intense mental struggle. After a long time, she sighed and said, "All right, sorry to trouble you." Seeing that she agreed so readily, Song Qingshu was a little surprised. He sat on the bed and reached out to remove her blanket. "What are you doing?" Unexpectedly, Huang Rong shrank back like a frightened rabbit. She wrapped herself in the quilt and looked at him with a vigilant expression. Seeing the other party's big reaction, Song Qingshu was also stunned. "If I want to unblock your blocked meridians, do I have to do it through the blanket?" Huang Rong thought about it and agreed. She bit her lip and whispered, "Wait." Then she curled up under the blanket. Soon, there was the sound of clothes being put on. She had taken off her bra to apply a hot compress. Naturally, she couldn't expose herself in front of him like that. Song Qingshu was also a little helpless, but he knew that the other party definitely wouldn't be naked in front of him, so he could only let him be. After a while, Huang Rong said with a red face, "It's done." Then she slowly lifted the blanket, but she didn't completely remove it. She still let the blanket cover her lower abdomen and legs, as if it would give her a sense of security. As far as Song Qingshu could see, she wrapped herself tightly, but the more she did so, the more her figure was impressive. It was as if she could break free from the ropes if she breathed a little faster. "The cause of your problem is that your breast milk is blocked inside. It should have left a comfortable space, but you're tying it so tightly now. Isn't it worsening the condition?" Song Qingshu was also speechless. Huang Rong's face heated up. "Isn't this to guard against you? Don't you know?" Song Qingshu couldn't care less. With a casual wave of his hand, a gentle finger force cut through all the ropes that bound her. The moment she swayed, he couldn't help but recall the scene of Haruka Iase lying on the bed in a scene from My Robot Girlfriend that he had watched in his previous life. "You!" Huang Rong exclaimed and hurriedly looked down to check. She found that he had only cut open the belt buckle that she had just prepared and didn't cut her clothes. Although it was a little vague, it wasn't to the point where it was completely unacceptable. Moreover, he had tied her up too tightly just now, and it was indeed a little uncomfortable to hold it in. Song Qingshu said seriously, "This way, the meridians will be smoother, and the treatment will be more effective." Huang Rong turned her head to the other side and didn't look at him anymore. Obviously, she didn't want to say anything in this situation. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, almost had a nosebleed. He thought to himself, "What are you doing? Is there a need to put on such a resigned look? Coupled with the faintly discernible snow-white breasts on your chest, don't you know how tempting this look is to men?" Taking a few deep breaths, Song Qingshu finally calmed down. He slowly circulated his qi and prepared to start healing. The abnormality in front of her chest made Huang Rong feel as if she had been scalded. She could no longer pretend that she knew nothing. She abruptly turned around and looked at the man close to her. "What are you doing?" Song Qingshu also had a headache because of her surprise. "Didn't I say that I would heal you? Is this how you treat me?" Huang Rong looked down at the big hand on her chest. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be about to spit fire. "Yes." Song Qingshu nodded as if it was a matter of course. He asked with some confusion, "Didn't you agree?" "When did I agree?" Huang Rong almost fainted from anger. "You said it yourself just now." Song Qingshu's tone was somewhat aggrieved. "I agreed to you using the one yang finger to treat me," Huang Rong said through gritted teeth. I am using the one yang finger to treat you, Song Qingshu said as he pressed with his finger, and at the same time, he injected a force in his finger. The lump inside is so hard, so the root of the disease must have accumulated for a long time. It needs a lot of strength to rub it. It might be a little painful later, so you have to endure it. He thought back to when he treated Ma Chunhua at the Bao Prince Fu of Xingjing. Although the process looked very erotic to outsiders, it was actually quite tiring. If one's physical strength was average, they would not be able to endure until the end. Don't use this trick to trick young girls against me. Huang Rong's cheeks were as red as a peach. Perhaps it was because she was angry or embarrassed, or perhaps it was because her body temperature was too high. Years ago, when Qiu Qianren severely injured my whole body, Reverend Yiding used his one yang finger to save me. He sealed all the acupoints on my body, but the old man could only tap empty air. Your power is far superior to his, so there's no reason you can't tap empty air. It is not impossible to point in the air, but the strength of the finger will be reduced. I originally thought that with our relationship, there should be no need to deliberately avoid arousing suspicion. Song Qingshu's expression was somewhat embarrassed. As if he could feel the heat of the other's gaze, he sheepishly withdrew his hand. Huang Rong took a deep breath, as if she wanted to suppress her anger. I hope that Prince Qi can conduct himself with dignity. We are both people with families, so we naturally have to avoid arousing suspicion. I was rude. Song Qingshu was somewhat apologetic. As he spoke, he retreated 10 feet away. Then I will treat Madam here. Noticing his gloomy expression, Huang Rong felt a little upset in her heart. She wondered if her tone was too harsh just now. But if she was not harsh, what if he had other thoughts in his heart? Tonight would be dangerous. I can't make the same mistake again. Just as she was letting her imagination run wild, she suddenly felt a gentle and warm finger poke her Dabao acupuncture point. Knowing that the other party had already begun the treatment, she had no choice but to put away her thoughts. Song Qingshu focused his mind and calmed his breath. Previously, when he said that if this illness was not treated in time, it would endanger his life. It was not an alarmist talk, nor was he deceiving Huang Rong. At this moment, he did not dare to be careless, so as to avoid making any careless mistakes. Madam, I may use my internal strength to check your specific blocked acupuncture points before starting the follow-up treatment, Song Qingshu suddenly said. Huang Rong also knew that this was a very normal request, so she did not make things difficult for him this time. She nodded slightly. Seeing that she had agreed, Song Qingshu closed his eyes and exerted the single yang finger to feel the situation of the blocked meridians in her body. If Reverend Yiding were here, he would most likely be amazed. It was not difficult to transmit his finger energy from a distance of 10 feet, but it was impossible for Reverend Yiding to use his finger energy to feel the other party's condition from a distance. Feeling that the heat began to move slowly on the surface of her body, Huang Rong trembled all over, and her face was so red that it looked like it was going to drip water. This kind of real touch didn't seem to be much different from touching her with his hand. But she also understood that doctors also needed to feel the pulse before treating a patient. The other party did not directly touch her body, which was already very respectful of her wishes. She was not as inconsiderate as Guofu. Biting her lip, she resisted the shyness coming from all over her body and said nothing. After a long time, Song Qingshu opened his eyes and said, "Madam, I've figured out the cause of the problem. Now we're going to start the treatment." Huang Rong snorted softly. As soon as she opened her mouth, the coquettish tone in her voice surprised even herself. Song Qingshu was stunned, thinking that she was really a seductress. He hurriedly gathered his thoughts and quickly used the single yang finger to seal all of her acupoints. Every time the finger energy fell on her body, Huang Rong could not help but tremble. The warm finger energy was extremely comfortable at first, but soon it was followed by bursts of pain. Because he had explained the situation to her earlier, she knew that he was using his finger energy to dissolve the stagnant swelling, so she did not panic. After the pain, she felt waves of numbness. It was a very strange feeling, as if her heartstrings were being gently plucked by a big invisible hand. This strange and shameful state stimulated Huang Rong so much that she clutched the quilt tightly, as if she was fighting against something. After a long time, Huang Rong suddenly opened her red lips, which were almost bitten until they bled. Wait a minute! Chapter 2050. Song Qingshu was startled. What's wrong? Huang Rong bit her lip and looked out of the door. Go and seal Dao and Xiaowu's sleeping acupoints. Why? Song Qingshu felt that this request was somewhat inexplicable. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be her? But he immediately denied this idea. He knew Huang Rong's temperament well. How could it be what he thought? Do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? Huang Rong gave him a reproachful look. The internal force is jumping around in my meridians, making me very, very itchy. Song Qingshu finally realized that the other party had used a relatively more face-saving word when she said itchy. Recalling her expression just now, he knew that she must have been worried about making some indecent sounds and being heard by the big and small martial artists outside. If that happened, her reputation would be ruined. Okay. After figuring out the reason, Song Qingshu smiled slightly and appeared outside the courtyard in a flash. Dao and Xiaowu were concentrating on guarding against the situation outside. How could they expect that someone would sneak attack from behind? Of course, with the gap between their martial arts, even if they expected it, they could not react at all. After sealing their sleeping acupoints, Song Qingshu carried them to the room next door. After all, they were loyal to their duty, and it was not good to let them sleep in the mud. After dealing with all this and returning to the room, Song Qingshu said as he closed the door, "Now it's all right. You don't have to worry about what someone will hear or see." Huang Rong was extremely ashamed. She thought that it sounded like a rendezvous with her lover. Let's continue? Seeing that the other party acquiesced, Song Qingshu continued to dredge her blocked meridians with the one yang finger. The room fell into a strange silence because Guofu, Dao and Xiaowu had all fallen asleep. At this time, only the two of them were in the room, and the air seemed to be filled with a charming atmosphere. Huang Rong had been gritting her teeth to bear it. Now that she had no scruples, she finally began to hum softly. Of course, she deliberately suppressed it at first. But as Song Qingshu's fingers moved faster and faster, Huang Rong felt the pain was unbearable, and then she felt sore and numb, and then she felt limp and numb. Unconsciously, the sweet voice in her throat became more and more seductive. Song Qingshu's heartbeat quickened as he listened. He thought to himself, damn it, do you think I'm Lu Xiaohui? Of course, he also knew that Huang Rong didn't do this on purpose. Her true qi was rampaging in several sensitive meridians, and it was difficult for a normal person to endure it. Moreover, she was originally a bit muddle-headed due to her high fever. She was in a half-awake state, and she didn't even realize how seductive her voice was. After cultivating for 2 hours, Song Qingshu finally finished his treatment. At this time, Huang Rong had already collapsed on the bed. Because of the unbearable pain and itchiness, Huang Rong twisted her body from time to time. Now, most of her body was exposed outside the quilt, revealing the attractive curves of her body. Song Qingshu secretly called her a vixen and hurriedly went to the bed and covered her with the quilt again. Thank you, Huang Rong opened her eyes weakly. Her messy hair was all wet with sweat and stuck to her temples, revealing a trace of pitiful look. Huang Rong had always been beautiful, but she always exuded a kind of mature charm. Now, she actually revealed a rare girlish look, which made Song Qingshu have to sigh that the creator favored her. Where are your clothes? I'll get a clean set for you to change into. Song Qingshu was worried that if he continued, he would turn into a werewolf, so he quickly shifted his attention. No need. Huang Rong's voice was a little flustered. Song Qingshu frowned. You just finished cultivating, and now your whole body is soaked in sweat. If you don't change into clean clothes immediately, you will most likely have a cold in your body. At that time, your condition will be worse, and my previous efforts will be in vain. Okay, then I'll get it myself, Huang Rong said as she struggled to get up. Are you kidding me? In this era, even the husband wouldn't touch a woman's clothes, so how could she let other men touch them? Unfortunately, she was already seriously ill, and in addition to the fact that she had just finished the treatment, she was sweating all over, and her whole body was weak. Just when she wanted to get up, her hands became weak, and she fell back onto the bed. Song Qingshu hurriedly helped her to sleep, and said with some embarrassment, Rong, even if we don't put our previous relationship aside, with my current identity, I am a doctor who treats patients. In the eyes of doctors, there is no distinction between men and women. Thinking about it this way, is it acceptable? Huang Rong knew that it was not realistic to get up to get it in her current state, so she had to stretch out an arm from under the quilt and pointed to the wardrobe on the other side. The clothes are over there. Just get me a dress. Okay. Song Qingshu smiled slightly, went over to open the wardrobe, and picked for a while inside. Finally, he picked out a satisfactory one and walked over to hand it to her. Huang Rong saw the pink underwear in the clothes, and her face was shy and angry. You? How can you? How could he touch such private clothes? Of course, Song Qingshu knew what she wanted to say. He sighed and said, You are soaked in sweat. How can you not change your underwear? Coming from the future, he didn't think it was a big deal. In that era, not to mention underwear, men often went to the supermarket to buy sanitary pads for their girlfriends. Huang Rong twisted her body and also felt a little sticky and uncomfortable. She had to grab the clothes in his hand and quickly shrank back into the quilt. Go outside. Song Qingshu looked strange. Rong, are you sure? If I stand at your door and be seen by others, there may be some gossip. Huang Rong knew that he was acting shamelessly, but what he said was not impossible. Thinking of the possible risks, she had to grit her teeth and said, Then turn around and don't peek. Song Qingshu let out a long sigh. Rong, you and I have known each other for so long. Don't you know what kind of person I am? If I really wanted to look, I would look openly. Why would I sneak around? Huang Rong was silent. She knew that with his status and martial arts, if he really wanted to do something to her, he had 10,000 ways to do it. There was no need to go through so much trouble. She could only apologize and said, Prince Qi is magnanimous. I am just a woman. It is natural for me to measure the heart of a gentleman with my own mean measure. Prince Qi. Song Qingshu's tone became more and more sad. I remember that last time on Peach Blossom Island, our relationship was clearly quite harmonious. Why is it that when we meet again, our relationship has become so much more distant? Huang Rong lightly clenched her teeth, an expression of wanting to say something but hesitating. Song Qingshu also knew that it was not good to talk about many things. Turning around, he ended the topic. You change your clothes. I won't look. Looking at his tall back, Huang Rong blushed. If it were any other man, even if he turned around, she would not change her clothes in the same room. However, after being with him for so long, she understood his temperament. Biting her lips, she wrapped herself in the blankets, took off her sweat-soaked clothes, and began to change. After a while, Song Qingshu suddenly said, Are you done changing? Sensing that there was something strange in his tone, Huang Rong could not help but ask, What is it? Someone is coming. Song Qingshu said in a low voice. The approaching person's footsteps were light and graceful. Presumably, their martial arts were not weak. Huang Rong cried out in alarm, her heart beating wildly. If others saw the two of them in the same room and her clothes were disheveled, Even jumping into the Yellow River would not be able to clear her name. They may not come looking for you. Don't scare yourself. Song Qingshu retreated to the side of the bed and said in a low voice. Huang Rong's delicate eyebrows were tightly knitted. If the other party came here in the middle of the night, who else could it be but her? The key point was that the lights in the room were still on, so she could not pretend to be asleep. Dong, dong, dong. At this moment, there was a light knock on the door. Obviously, the other party was also afraid of disturbing the person in the room. Madame Guo, are you there? Hearing this clear and melodious voice with a hint of tiredness, Song Qingshu was startled. How could it be her? Huang Rong also recognized the other party's identity. She subconsciously looked at Song Qingshu and said, Miss Yang, what can I do for you? The person who came was the yellow-robed woman. I have something to ask, madam. Is it convenient to come in and talk? The yellow-robed woman asked. Huang Rong frowned. Naturally, it was not convenient to talk in the room. Can we talk tomorrow? I also know that it is a bit abrupt to come here in the middle of the night, but tomorrow we may leave for the capital. At that time, I may not have a chance to talk to madam. The yellow-robed woman's tone was full of apology. My mind is in a mess right now and I have a lot of doubts. I can't find anyone else to talk to, so I just want to ask madam. I hope madam doesn't mind. Since the other party had already said this, Huang Rong was too embarrassed to refuse. More importantly, the other party's words were reasonable. She was worried that if she refused again, it would arouse the other party's suspicion. If the other party suspected that she was being kidnapped or something, it would be troublesome if she called someone else. Huang Rong was clever, and in an instant, her mind thought of all kinds of possibilities. Miss, please wait a moment. Huang Rong hurriedly put on her clothes and moved closer to Song Qingshu. Leave from the back window so that she doesn't see you. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Her martial arts are not weak. If I open the window and leave now, she will definitely notice. At that time, it will not be good if she suspects that you are secretly seeing another man. In fact, he was also curious about what the yellow-robed woman wanted to say. Huang Rong bit her lip. She knew that he was speaking the truth. She could only whisper, then you must hide well. If I am discovered, I will not be able to live. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. Don't worry. He immediately hid behind the screen behind the bed. Huang Rong struggled to get up from the bed. She wanted to open the door for the other party, but after trying several times, she felt powerless. At this time, an invisible gust of wind gently swept the door latch and opened it. Huang Rong was startled. She knew that Song Qingshu sympathized with her current state. She was moved and worried that the yellow-robed woman would see through her, so she quickly said, Miss Yang, please come in. The door is not closed. The yellow-robed woman pushed the door open and entered. There was some doubt in her heart. When she knocked on the door, it should have been locked. Could it be that she was mistaken? May I know why Miss Yang is visiting so late at night? Huang Rong noticed the doubt in her eyes. She secretly cursed in her heart and hurriedly diverted her attention. The yellow-robed woman came to her senses. I am very sorry to disturb you so late at night. Huang Rong struggled to sit up. She leaned against the headboard. It is no problem. Are you all right, madam? The yellow-robed woman hurried over to help her. Suddenly, she noticed the messy clothes on the bed. Her eyes could not help but narrow. Huang Rong smiled faintly and said, I caught a cold earlier and was drenched in sweat after a nap. After changing my clothes, I didn't have time to tidy up. It's all because of Fu. She said she would stay behind to take care of me, but she ended up sleeping like a pig. The yellow-robed woman looked at Guofu, who was sleeping soundly on the table. Her doubts disappeared. The imperial bodyguards are everywhere tonight. I am afraid it will be difficult to find a doctor. Should I go and find an imperial physician for you? The emperor was traveling with several people from the imperial hospital. Huang Rong shook her head. There is no need. I am sweating all over and feel much better. Let's talk about you. The yellow-robed woman opened her mouth. She was obviously hesitant. I do not know where to start. Huang Rong became curious. There is no need to rush. Speak slowly. After a while, the yellow-robed woman said, Madam is quick-witted. She has been guarding Xiangyang all these years. I am afraid I can only tell her about my troubles. Huang Rong did not interrupt. She quietly played the role of a qualified listener. The yellow-robed woman continued. How does Madam view Song? Prince Qi? Huang Rong was startled by this question. Her first reaction was to think that the other had seen through her. Only when she saw the confusion and pain in the other's eyes did she realize that she had misunderstood. Prince Qi is so young but has such extraordinary abilities. He can be said to be a dragon among men. She knew that the other was hiding behind the screen. She was very pleased to hear this. However, in front of the yellow-robed woman, she could only give an objective evaluation. He is also handsome and at ease. Who knows how many girls dream of him? At this point, she suddenly had a thought. Miss Yang must also like him very much. Song Qingshu, who was behind the screen, had heard Huang Rong's evaluation of him. Just when he was feeling proud of himself, he suddenly heard this. He pricked up his ears to hear the yellow-robed woman's reply. The yellow-robed woman's pale face suddenly blushed. After a long silence, she replied, I do not want to hide it from Madam. I really do have a good impression of him. Huang Rong smiled, but in her heart she cursed Song Qingshu. This bastard has been flirting all day long. God knows how many women he has been with. The yellow-robed woman's voice was full of melancholy. But after what happened on Wutang Mountain, I suddenly feel that I don't know him anymore. Oh, why? Huang Rong's spirits were lifted when it came to things related to Song Qingshu. The yellow-robed woman sighed and said, In this trip to Wutang Dang, the Emperor Jia Sherdao, King Yi, and my master, everyone was defeated. Only he was the ultimate winner. Putting everything together, it's hard for me not to suspect that he was the one who planned everything. Huang Rong, who was smart, immediately guessed what the yellow-robed woman was thinking. This time, Song Qingshu became the biggest winner. It's impossible to say that he didn't have a plan, but this time it involved so many things that it was unprecedented. Whether it was the Emperor Jia Sherdao or King Yi, each of them had painstakingly prepared for it for many years. I don't believe that Song Qingshu could have arranged all of this. He is a man, not a god. At most, he just took advantage of the situation. The yellow-robed woman nodded slightly. I know it's not his fault. It's just that he put the Emperor under house arrest and controlled him like a puppet. Is he planning to replace him? Before Huang Rong could answer, the yellow-robed woman said, Although he said that it was to defend against the alien clan, I really don't know whether what he said was true or not. Madame Guo, do you think he is a great hero or a hypocritical gentleman? Huang Rong was about to answer, but the door was suddenly slammed open. A black shadow flew in like lightning. Chapter 2051. Huang Rong could roughly guess why the yellow-robed girl had come to find her. Her resourcefulness was secondary, but the fact that she and Brother Jing had defended Xiangyang together for so many years made the yellow-robed girl think of her as a loyal and righteous person. That was why she dared to say these things to her, not afraid that she would turn around and tell on her. But she did not know that there was no need to tell on her. Song Qingshu, who was behind the screen, heard everything clearly. Huang Rong was about to answer when the door suddenly split open and a black shadow rushed into the room. To enter in this way in the middle of the night and dressed in black, it was obvious that this person did not come with good intentions. Huang Rong subconsciously wanted to use the dog-beating stick technique to fight the enemy, but she did not have the dog-beating stick and she was weak. How could she fight the enemy? Fortunately, the yellow-robed girl was also a kung fu master. Although it happened in a hurry, she instinctively attacked the man in black. The man in black was obviously in a hurry, but he was able to stop in an instant. He swept his leg across and rolled up the tables and chairs on the floor. He then threw them at the yellow-robed girl. The yellow-robed girl used the 9-een white bone claw to smash the tables and chairs in front of her. Suddenly, the man in black used a very strange and twisted body technique to get close to her side and punch her shoulder. Pfft! The yellow-robed girl spat out a mouthful of blood. Her pretty face immediately turned pale. She hurriedly used the 9-een manual snake-shaped flipping fox movement technique to fall back while avoiding the opponent's next attack. In fact, with her kung fu, she should not have been defeated so easily. But the opponent's attack was sudden and his moves were very strange. It was very different from the martial arts of the Central Plains. That was why she was injured in the first exchange of blows. Through the exchange just now, the man in black realized that her kung fu was not weak. Now that there were guards everywhere outside, he was worried that if she recovered her breath, she would alert the others. So he did not hold back and continued to attack her, looking like he wanted to take her life. The yellow-robed woman's beautiful face paled. She could see that with her opponent's strange movement skills, she most likely would not be able to dodge. She wanted to call for help, but all of this had happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. She didn't even have time to dodge. If she was distracted and called out, she feared that she would instantly lose her life. Just as she was in despair, a warm embrace suddenly caught her. Looking at that familiar face, the yellow-robed woman couldn't help but blink. Wasn't she dreaming? How could he appear here? Song Qingshu didn't have time to say anything to her. The martial arts of the person in front of him was much higher than he had imagined. After being forced back by a single move, the black-clothed man let out a low cry. Clearly, he did not expect to encounter such an expert. Most importantly, he was so young. That person clearly knew that he was in the enemy's territory. Without the slightest hesitation, he instantly attacked. Be careful, his moves are very strange. At this time, the yellow-robed woman seemed to have forgotten the gap between the two of them and anxiously warned. Sure enough, that person's movement skills were extremely strange. The martial artists of the Central Plains used sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. Most of them used their hands and legs, but this person used both his hands and feet. Headbutt, knee strike, elbow strike, and other moves were endless. At the same time, when the martial artists of the Central Plains reached a certain level of martial arts, they would often pay attention to their status. They would also be very particular when they used their moves. They would not casually roll or crawl on the ground. In their eyes, these moves could be said to be improper. But it was precisely these strange moves that when used, the power was enormous. Even if one's true martial arts were better than theirs, it was very easy to be controlled by these strange moves. Leaning against the headboard, Huang Rong's heart was also in her throat. Normally, she would not have worried. With Song Qingshu's current level of cultivation, who in the world could hurt him? But previously, when the great grandmasters of Mount Wudong fought, Song Qingshu was already quite injured. Then, he used the solitary yang finger to heal his father and herself, which consumed a lot of his internal energy. It must be known that when Reverend Eating was one of the 5 masters, he used the solitary yang finger to heal someone, which resulted in him not being able to fight for 5 years. Although Song Qingshu's internal energy was higher than Reverend Eating's, he could not withstand this kind of consumption. Thinking of this, she could not help but feel a little regretful. If she had known this would happen, she would not have asked him to use his finger power in the air. But if he did not do it in the air, when their bodies touched, would she still be shameless? She hurriedly shook off these messy thoughts, and thought about how she could alert the guards of the residence to help Song Qingshu. However, she was incomparably weak. Right now, even if she used all her strength to shout, her voice would not travel far. In addition, if so many guards came and saw Song Qingshu in her room, how would she explain? While Huang Rong was in a dilemma, Song Qinshu, with his rich fighting experience over the years, managed to break the strange moves of the man in black one by one, although he was a little flustered. When the two separated, Song Qinshu asked with a frown, "Holy Fire Insignia Martial Arts. Are you from the Persian Ming dynasty?" "Oh, young man, you are quite knowledgeable." The man in black's voice was hoarse, and his pronunciation was very strange. Obviously, he was not from the Central Plains. "What's your relationship with the mountain elder, Huashan?" Song Qinshu asked. This person's attainment in Holy Fire Insignia martial arts was so high that it was comparable to Ming Zun in the past. Obviously, he was a top figure in the Persian Ming dynasty. The man in black's eyes narrowed, but he did not answer. Suddenly, he waved his sleeve and a large number of hidden weapons were shot towards Huang Rong, who was on the bed. He had already observed clearly that Huang Rong's current physical condition was not good. She was no different from a woman who did not even have the strength to truss a chicken. She would definitely not be able to dodge his hidden weapons. If he could see it clearly, how could Song Qinshu not? In a flash, he had already appeared in front of Huang Rong. He used the flowing cloud sleeve skill and brushed all the hidden weapons to one side. Who knew that the man in black was only using this skill as a feint? In a flash, he grabbed the yellow-robed girl's shoulder and ran out. Song Qinshu hurriedly chased after him. At the same time, he was secretly regretting that if he was not injured and his inner force was greatly damaged, he would not have allowed the man to abduct the yellow-robed girl in front of him. However, the more he chased, the more frightened he became. It must be known that although his current condition was greatly damaged, the foundation of his light body technique was still there. Who knew that after chasing for the time it took for a joss stick to burn, he still could not catch up with the man. This man in black's martial arts was so strange, and at the same time, his light body technique was superb. He did not know which expert from the western region he was. Could it be Huashan himself? The man in black was also secretly shocked. His light body technique was outstanding. All these years, it could be said that he had rarely met a worthy opponent. He did not expect that after running for so long, he still could not shake off the opponent. Seeing that the opponent was getting closer, he knew that it would not be long before he was caught up. So he simply stopped and waited for him. Song Qinshu did not speak to him. He directly slapped his palm towards him. This palm was not as strange and magical as the opponent's previous moves. It was just an ordinary slap. However, it was a little more simple and heavy. The man in black acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He did not even have the time to use the yellow-robed girl as a threat. He could only directly use the yellow-robed girl as a hidden weapon and throw her over. Song Qinshu caught the yellow-robed girl. He felt that there was a hidden force hidden in her body. He knew that the opponent had done something to her. He wanted to take the opportunity to injure him. Even if he could not injure her, he could at least injure the yellow-robed girl. He hurriedly dissolved the hidden force on the yellow-robed girl's body. At the same time, he was on guard against the opponent's sneak attack. However, he was shocked to find that the man in black had already escaped. Escaping 1,000 miles away after one attack? Song Qinshu could not help but admire the opponent's decisiveness. Now that he had used up a lot of his internal energy, and the yellow-robed girl was injured, there was no one to take care of her. He might as well give up on the chase. "Ing Luo, are you okay?" Song Qinshu carefully looked at the girl in his arms. His eyes were filled with worry. The yellow-robed girl's face turned slightly red. She hurriedly straightened her body. "Just now, you were in such a hurry that he did not have the chance to poison me. The only hidden force he had was also dissolved by you. Right now, it's just an injury from fighting with him. I'll be fine after a period of rest. It's not a big deal." Only then did Song Qinshu relax. "Just now, you really scared me to death. If something really happened to you, I'm afraid I'll live in guilt for the rest of my life." Feeling the sincerity in his voice, even though the yellow-robed girl was heavily injured, her heart warmed. "Thank you." Noticing that her thin figure was swaying in the cold wind, Song Qingshu walked over to support her. "I'm sorry about what happened at Wudong. I didn't think that it would cause you so much trouble." Only then did the yellow-robed girl remember that a lot of her words had been heard by him. Especially when she admitted that she liked him in front of Huang Rong, it made her even more embarrassed. She hurriedly explained, "Actually, a lot of what I said just now was nonsense. Please don't take it to heart." "Really?" Song Qingshu's expression was like a smile that was not a smile. The yellow-robed girl did not dare to meet his eyes. Song Qingshu suddenly sighed. "Actually, you don't need to wait for Madame Guo to answer your question. In fact, I'm not a hero. I'm more of a hypocrite. This action this time, half of it was for the sake of national justice, and the other half was naturally out of selfishness. No man can resist the temptation of power. That's human nature." The yellow-robed girl suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. If the other party had said righteously that he was wholeheartedly for the public, she would have been a little disappointed. Born in the royal family and experienced so many things, her understanding of human nature was not comparable to that of an ordinary girl. Now that the other party had admitted it so frankly, she felt that a huge stone that had been pressing on her heart had suddenly been lifted. Song Qingshu suddenly said, "When I rushed to Wudong Mountain, I was in a hurry to check on Xiaolong Nu's situation and neglected you. I'm also very sorry about this matter. These days, I think I've been feeling very guilty, but I couldn't find a chance to apologize to you." Hearing that he actually realized this matter, the yellow-robed girl's nose turned sour, and she almost cried. She bit her lip and said, "It's nothing. I'm not anyone to you. Why do you have to explain this to me?" Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, "You're saying this because you're still angry with me." The yellow-robed girl thought to herself, "How can I not be angry?" But since he took the initiative to mention it, it seems that he still cares a little about me. Thinking of this, she could not help but feel a little better. "It's all in the past, don't mention it anymore." The yellow-robed girl did not want to dwell on this matter, so she changed the topic. "Who was that man in black just now? His martial arts seem so strange." Song Qingshu nodded. "His martial arts style is a bit like that of the Persian Ming dynasty. I don't know what relationship he has with the old man in the mountain." No wonder. Thinking of the fight just now, the yellow-robed girl felt a little scared. "Fortunately, I had you, otherwise." "Hey, why did you appear in Guoforan's room in the middle of the night?" Song Qingshu wanted to find a random reason to explain, but when he met the other's bright eyes, his heart softened and he told the truth. "Actually, I went to treat Guoforan's injury." He roughly told the whole story, of course, removing all the ambiguous parts. "I see." Although the yellow-robed girl said so, thinking of Guofu who was sleeping soundly in the room, coupled with Huang Rong's secretive appearance, a woman's intuition told her that things could not be so simple. But Huang Rong's reputation was well known, so she did not suspect that there was anything between the two. Both of them chatted as they walked back, and they were already not far from the Guo mansion. Song Qingshu tilted his head to listen to the faint voice in the air, and suddenly his expression changed. "Oh no, I've fallen into the trap of luring the tiger away from the mountain." Chapter 2052. What happened? Seeing his solemn expression, the yellow-robed woman's heart was in her throat. As Song Qingshu carried her back, he answered, "I vaguely heard the shouts of the guards. It seems that someone broke into the Guo residence and kidnapped Madame Guo." Now that the emperor lived in the Guo residence, the guards were mainly stationed around the emperor, and the Guo residence itself was not under anyone's care. Even so, the Guo residence was not a place that ordinary people could break into. To be able to successfully break in proved that the person was definitely an expert in this field. Not long after, they met the guards who chased after them. However, the guards' main task was to protect the emperor. Now that most of the troops were still in the residence, there were not many guards sent out. After asking around, they found that they had also lost the enemy. Song Qinshu could only hand the yellow-robed woman over to them and go find Huang Rong. You have to be careful. The yellow-robed woman did not think much of it. Now that she was injured, not only would she not be of help, but she would also be a burden. Song Qinshu asked the guard in the general direction that the assassin had escaped, then jumped to the top of a tree, took a deep breath, and then used the sound transmission soul-searching technique. The principle of the sound transmission soul-searching technique was actually somewhat similar to that of a radar. The stronger the internal energy, the more powerful it was, and the farther it could search. Now that Song Qinshu had used up a lot of his internal energy, he was originally a little worried that the enemy had escaped out of his range of detection. Fortunately, the guards in the residence had entangled the assassin for a while, delaying his journey. Song Qinshu opened his eyes. He had already sensed that there was something strange in a certain direction. His figure flashed and he chased in that direction. Worried that something had happened to Huang Rong, Song Qinshu could be described as fast as lightning. After about the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, he finally stopped in front of a black figure. "Baka, how did you find me?" The assassin was extremely short, and his entire body was dressed very strangely, only revealing a pair of eyes. In the middle of his eyes, there was a hideous scar faintly visible, adding a bit of a sinister air to his appearance. Japanese. Song Qinshu was stunned. He had been in this world for so long, but it seemed that this was the first time he had come into contact with a Japanese. Judging by his attire, he should be a ninja. However, his attention quickly shifted to Huang Rong. He noticed that although her aura was weak, her life was not in danger. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. "Let him go, and I'll give you a quick death." Song Qinshu took a light step forward, and an invisible force field spread out. The ninja sneered. "You don't know what you're talking about. You people of the Central Plains are always so arrogant and conceited. Take my facing the wind slash." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised the saber in his hand high up and a strange aura emanated from his body. Song Qinshu frowned slightly, not because he was intimidated by the opponent, but because he thought of the name of the move that the opponent mentioned. Why did "facing the wind" chop sound so familiar? It seemed to be the unique skill of a famous Japanese master, but this person did not feel as powerful as the legend said. "Ah!" the ninja roared. Unexpectedly, he did not advance but retreated. He instantly ran into the woods behind him, and soon became one with the forest and disappeared in an instant. He ran away just like that? The opponent's surprise was so great that Song Qinshu did not recover for a moment. He was about to chase after him when Huang Rong shouted, Don't chase after him. I'm poisoned." Song Qinshu was shocked and hurriedly helped her up. "Rong, what poison are you poisoned?" A few miles away, a man in black was standing on a boulder by a small river. If Song Qinshu was here, he would definitely recognize him as the master from the western regions who kidnapped the yellow-dressed woman. He stood there as if waiting for someone. After a while, his ears moved slightly, and without turning around, he said directly, "You're here." The ninja with the knife scar just now came out from behind a tree. "How did you know of my existence?" The man in black snorted coldly. "How could the Great Khan be completely at ease with me coming to the Central Plains alone? He must have sent someone to secretly monitor me. This is easy to guess. As expected of the King of Assassins, who terrorizes the countries of the western regions." The ninja's voice was hoarse. "Your meticulousness is really admirable. However, your martial arts are a bit lacking. If I hadn't kidnapped Huang Rong, how could you have escaped so easily?" His pupils suddenly shrank, and he hurriedly tried to pull out his knife, but unfortunately, it was already a step too late. His whole body was like a broken sandbag, heavily falling several feet away. The man in black stood where the ninja had just stood and casually blew at his hands. If it was your master from the Shueyu sect, I might have looked at you seriously. But who do you think you are? The ninja tried to get up several times, but all the acupoints on his body felt like they were being pricked by needles. How could he have the strength to get up? He instantly understood that he had been hit by the opponent's unique internal energy of the penetrating bone needle. This type of internal energy usually condenses the yin energy into a single point, making it as thin as a strand of hair. During a fight, it is then transmitted into the enemy's body, repeatedly stabbing the enemy like tiny needles, causing extreme pain to the enemy's heart and lungs. It is extremely difficult to resist. The man in black stood with his hands behind his back. For the sake of the Great Khan, I'll spare your worthless life. Next time, don't blame me for being merciless. Yes, the ninja answered while enduring the pain. Since childhood, they had abided by the belief that the strong were respected, so they did not feel that they had changed from arrogance to deference. The man in black was, of course, the king of assassins who terrorized the countries of the western regions, the great elder of the Persian Ming dynasty, and the person who actually held power, the old man of the mountain. The vulture's nest, the headquarters of the Persian Ming dynasty, had been breached by the Mongolian army. He had no choice but to seek refuge with Temujin. Because Xiao Zhao had escaped, he had been sent by Temujin to capture her and bring her back to be the Great Khan's furnace. However, a few days ago, he had suddenly received news that he was to kill Huang Rong of Xiangyang, which was why he had broken into the city at night. Although he had not been working for Temujin for a long time, the old man of the mountain, as the former king of assassins, naturally understood the importance of intelligence and quickly understood the reason. It seemed that Princess Huazheng was sad over the loss of the golden saber prince consort, and Temujin did not want his daughter to live the rest of her life in regret. Without Huang Rong, there were no more obstacles between Guojing and Huazheng. Huazheng had found her ideal lover, and Temujin had obtained the invincible golden saber prince consort. Therefore, he did not hesitate to change his orders and let the old man of the mountain deal with Huang Rong first. As for the ninja, he was one of Temujin's top experts. He was one of the 4 great servants of the Shueiyue clan. His ninjutsu was best at concealment and assassination, so he was sent to monitor the old man of the mountain. Guard Lin had always been proud of his own abilities. During this period of time, he had been with the old man of the mountain and thought that he had not been discovered, so he began to look down on him. This, coupled with what had happened today, only fueled his arrogance and made him speak rudely. The old man of the mountain snorted. I only deliberately lured away Song Qingshu. Otherwise, how would you have had the chance to sneak in and kidnap Huang Rong? Good job, Guard Lin said flatteringly. I think that Song Qingshu's kung fu is nowhere near as good as the rumors say. People from the Central Plains like to exaggerate and brag. The old man of the mountain nodded in agreement. When the two of them exchanged blows, although the opponent's kung fu was good, it was not by much. The old man of the mountain even felt that in a fight to the death, he would be able to rely on his experience as an assassin to obtain the final victory. It's a pity that the mission to kill Huang Rong was a failure. The old man of the mountain sighed. It was not that he had failed to complete the mission Temujin had given him, but that, as the king of assassins, he was not used to the word failure. He understood that after this incident, Huang Rong's defenses would not be as lax as they were now. At that time, it would be difficult for him to succeed. Not necessarily. Although Guard Lin's face was covered, a hint of pride could be seen in his eyes. Oh, did you kill Huang Rong just now? The old man of the mountain asked in confusion. No, Guard Lin noticed the old man's anger and hurriedly explained, the mission I received was different from yours. I could choose to kill Huang Rong or destroy her chastity. Either way, there would be no obstacles between the Golden Blade Prince consort and the princess. You destroyed her chastity in such a short period of time? The old man of the mountain had a strange expression on his face. Were all Dong Ing people this fast? I was about to succeed, but it's a pity that Song chased after me too quickly. Guard Lin's tone was also full of annoyance. He had heard that Huang Rong was the #1 beauty in the pugilistic world, and he wanted to take advantage of this mission to have a taste of her. Just now, when he was running with her in his arms, that mature and beautiful body had already captivated him. Unfortunately, all of this had been ruined by that Song fellow. Don't waste my time. The old man's eyelids twitched slightly, feeling that his patience was reaching its limit. Guard Lin then said, Hee, I drugged Huang Rong. Drugged? The old man of the mountain frowned. Throat sealing? Otherwise, with Song's power, he should be able to force it out. It's not poison, it's that kind of drug. Guard Lin winked. Noticing the wretched look on the old man's face, the old man of the mountain instantly understood, and couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. You clearly had time. Why didn't you just kill Huang Rong and end it all? Why did you have to make it so troublesome? Senior, there's something you don't know, Guard Lin explained. If Huang Rong was killed directly, the Golden Blade Prince Consort might vent his anger on the Khan in the future. It might affect the relationship between him and Princess Huajing. But if Huang Rong was the one who cheated and did something to let the Golden Blade Prince Consort down, then it wouldn't have anything to do with the Khan, right? The old man of the mountain knew that what he said made sense, but he still couldn't help but snort. But what's the point of drugging her? Even if she took that kind of drug, it would lose its effect after being soaked in cold water. Of course not. Guard Lin suddenly straightened his back, and his short figure instantly became somewhat arrogant. Our Dong Ying's attainments in this aspect can be said to be unparalleled in the world. Once a woman takes the drug that we meticulously developed, other than a strong man, there's no cure for it. Chapter 2053. The old man felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the ninja in front of him. He had heard in Persia that the Dong Ing people were a bit abnormal in this aspect, but he had thought it was just a rumor. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he was really speechless. Guard Lin suddenly sighed, his voice full of regret. It's a pity that she was taken back, otherwise I could have had a taste of the #1 beauty in the pugilistic world. Now she can only benefit others. The old man suddenly had a thought. The one who saved her from your hands was Song Qingshu? Guard Lin nodded. That's right. I don't know how he found me so quickly. That's good. The old man suddenly laughed. Good? Guard Lin didn't think there was anything good about this, but the other party's martial arts were too high, so he didn't dare to question it. The old man continued, Just now, I was 90% sure that I could kill Huang Rong, but who knew that Song Qingshu would suddenly appear? Now that I think about it, he should have been in the room at the time. A man and a woman together in the middle of the night, what good can happen? You're saying that the two of them had an affair? Guard Lin's eyes flashed with a hint of jealousy. Recalling Huang Rong's voluptuous body, he thought that the Song guy was really lucky with women. The old man in the mountain replied, Nothing might have really happened, but it's true that there's an ambiguous relationship between the two parties. Now that this has happened, the window paper between them will be broken, and we'll be able to clear our names. Guard Lin quickly understood what he meant. If they killed Huang Rong or destroyed her chastity, it would indeed help the princess and the Golden Saber Prince Consort, but the Golden Saber Prince Consort would definitely rise to the top in the future. When that time came, wouldn't he seek revenge? Now, as long as they went back and reported that Huang Rong had cheated, Guojing naturally wouldn't blame them. For the Khan, this would avoid some potential risks, and they might even be rewarded more. The Song guy seems to be quite famous in the Central Plains. This can be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Not only did we solve the problem of the Golden Saber Prince Consort, but we also dealt a heavy blow to the spiritual leader of the Han people. Senior is indeed wise. Guard Lin immediately flattered. The old man of the mountain smiled, but he began to hesitate. If he no longer wanted to restore the headquarters, then this would not be a big deal. But he was not willing to serve Temujin. Would this really be beneficial to him? He was at a loss. As the king of assassins, his mind could be said to be extremely tenacious. But in the past few years, he had organized thousands of assassinations and had failed. Now that he had become Temujin's subordinate, he finally realized how terrifying the Mongolian's true strength was. It made him feel a sense of despair. Let's take one step at a time. Let's find the hierarch first. The old man in the mountain knew that his heart was wavering, so he quickly collected his thoughts. On the other side, Song Qingshu was shocked when he heard Huang Rong say that he was poisoned. What poison? Let me take a look. Over the years, he had been poisoned many times. It could be said that a long illness made a good doctor. Coupled with his current cultivation, it was not difficult for him to help people expel the poison. Unexpectedly, Huang Rong retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted. No. It's nothing serious. Song Qingshu was startled. If she was poisoned, why was it that she was fine? But then he remembered that she was once the leader of the beggar sect, and her father, Huang Yaoshi, was an expert in alchemy. Her family was very knowledgeable, so she should have her own judgment. Since she said it was nothing serious, then it should not be anything serious. All right then, I'll take you back to the palace first. When we get there, I'll call the imperial physician to take your pulse. Song Qingshu guessed that she probably did not want to have skin contact with him, so she was resisting. No, I can't go back. Huang Rong's voice was filled with panic as she shook her head vigorously. Why? Song Qingshu was confused. What was wrong with the other party? Anyway, I can't go back. Huang Rong's voice was trembling, as if she was trying to restrain herself. Take me to the nearby river. River? Song Qingshu was puzzled. Suddenly, he felt the strangeness of her body and could not help but exclaim, Why are you even hotter than before? This shouldn't be the case. I've just helped you unblock the knot in your body. Logically speaking, your body should have cooled down by now. Huang Rong seemed to have never felt so helpless before. Her voice carried a trace of sobbing. That person fed me a lowly medicine. Lowly medicine? Song Qingshu was not a hothead, and he quickly understood what was going on. When he first noticed that the other party's body was a little strange, he thought that it was just an illness from before, so he did not pay too much attention to it. But now, he noticed that the other party's usually bright and beautiful eyes seemed to be dripping water, and her cheeks were abnormally flushed. Rong-er, don't worry. This kind of medicine can be washed with cold water and you'll be fine. Song Qingshu thought of the famous yin-yang harmony powder. Washing it with cold water would be fine. This poison could not be more powerful than the yin-yang harmony powder, right? Huang Rong was seriously ill and weak. Now that she was frightened, she did not have the strength to walk. Song Qingshu carried her and then began to look for a nearby water source. Seeing the panic in her eyes, Song Qingshu felt pity. No matter how smart and witty she was a woman after all. In the face of such a thing, women were born weak. Being held in his arms, Huang Rong felt an inexplicable masculinity around her, which made her heart tremble. She hurriedly said to divert his attention, Thank you. If you didn't save me in time, I'm afraid what happened to me. When she was caught by the ninja, he said a lot of obscene words on the way, saying that he wanted to find a place to enjoy her body and so on. Thinking of this, she was scared. I was careless and caused you to meet with this disaster. Song Qingshu said apologetically. Huang Rong shook her head. No, they came for me. Oh. Song Qingshu had always been curious about their background. Hearing Huang Rong's tone, it seemed that she knew something. When the Dong-ing people kidnapped me, they revealed some information. Although they didn't say it explicitly, I guessed that the Mongolian Khan sent them to get rid of me for the sake of his daughter's marriage. Huang Rong did not know whether to be happy or angry. From the words of the ninja, she could tell that Brother Jing's life was not in danger. Otherwise, Temujin would never want a half-dead son-in-law. Song Qingshu had already guessed it before, and now that he heard her analysis, all the clues connected. He couldn't help but praise, Rong-er, you are really quick-witted. Even in that kind of situation you could still deduce so many things from just a few words. The corner of Huang Rong's mouth rose slightly. She felt a bit proud, but it was quickly replaced by an inexplicable surge in her body. She subconsciously clamped her legs together and asked with a red face, still haven't found a water source? Song Qingshu looked into the distance, and suddenly his eyes lit up. There's a pool over there. With a few leaps, he arrived at the edge of the pool. I'll go see if there's any danger around. Placing her on a rock, Song Qingshu did not wait for her to speak and turned to leave. Seeing him so considerate, Huang Rong's heart warmed, but she had no time to think about anything else. The heat in her body was making her feel more and more uncomfortable. She quickly took off her dress, revealing a body whiter than the moonlight, and slowly soaked herself in the cold pool. Chapter 2054. The coolness of the water caused Huang Rong's body to feel much cooler. She inwardly sighed in relief. Fortunately, the cold water was effective, otherwise, thinking of the consequences, her cheeks flushed red. However, even that is better than being drugged by that ninja. Just now, that ninja had been using obscenities on her, especially after being drugged. Huang Rong could not help but have a thought. Rather than being defiled by this despicable person, it was better to give her to Song Qingshu. The image of Song Qingshu's gentleness and overbearingness surfaced in her mind. Huang Rong's heart began to beat wildly. Subconsciously, she touched her cheeks, feeling that they were burning hot. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Why am I thinking of such nonsense? Huang Rong bit her red lips, her eyes blurring, seeming as if they would drip water at any moment. Subconsciously looking around, she felt that her surroundings were pitch black. She could only faintly see the sparkling surface of the pool, unable to see anything else. Huang Rong could not help but feel somewhat afraid. Qingshu, are you there? She had originally planned to call him Prince Qi, but as the words reached the tip of her tongue, she felt that it was too distant. Subconsciously, she changed the way she addressed him. Unexpectedly, there was no reply. Huang Rong could not help but panic. Hastily, she shouted, Qingshu, where are you? I'm here. Hearing the distant voice, Huang Rong's anxious heart finally calmed down. However, her voice carried a tinge of coquettishness. Where did you go? You left me here alone. Hearing the indescribable coquettishness in her voice, Song Qingshu's heart jumped. He hastily replied, Just now, I patrolled the surroundings several li, in case someone came over and offended you. Hearing that he had patrolled such a large area in such a short period of time, Huang Rong felt moved. However, for some reason, she could not help but angrily say, You ran so far. If someone came over, wouldn't I? As soon as the words left her mouth, Huang Rong was startled. Why did her tone sound so much like when she had acted like a spoiled child to her brother Jing? Song Qingshu stopped behind a large rock and replied, Don't worry, I've been releasing my aura to envelop this area. If there's any movement, I'll know immediately. His kung fu is indeed very high. Huang Rong thought of his young age. Whether it was martial arts or power, he was one of the top existences in Jianghu. He was also handsome and elegant. Most importantly, he was considerate and gentle to women. No wonder so many outstanding beauties in the world fell in love with him. Just as his imagination was running wild, he suddenly heard Song Qingshu's voice. How do you feel now? Do you feel better? It should be better. Huang Rong twisted her body and was about to answer when she suddenly realized that something was wrong. She was very smart and connected the messy images that kept popping up in her mind. She hurriedly touched her cheeks and found that her cheeks were burning hot. Coupled with the inexplicable impulse in her body, she turned pale. It doesn't seem to have any effect. It doesn't seem to have any effect? Song Qingshu was also stunned. There was actually a aphrodisiac in this world that couldn't be affected by cold water? Yes. Huang Rong's voice was tearful. This time she was really panicking. Don't worry. Song Qingshu thought for a moment and said, my cultivation method is special. I'm good at sensing the yin and yang qi. If you trust me, I'll use my internal energy to help you dispel the poison. Will it really work? Huang Rong came from a famous family and was also a master. Her knowledge was extraordinary. She knew that internal energy could be used to treat injuries, but she had never heard that internal energy could dispel this kind of poison. Song Qingshu knew that no matter how much he said, there was no practical example. He explained, I've done it before. I've indeed dispelled similar poisons for a few girls. Huang Rong secretly spat. She thought that this bastard really had countless female confidants. But now that things had come to this, she had no other choice. That's fine. But you've used up so much internal energy these past 2 days. Are you really okay? A man can never say that he can't do it. Song Qingshu couldn't help but tease. Hearing that the other party knew how to care about him, he was still a little gratified. Don't worry, I can still hold on. After a pause, he hesitated. But this kind of treatment will inevitably have some physical contact. Don't misunderstand that I'm taking advantage of you. Don't worry. Huang Rong sighed faintly. For some reason, she added, from head to toe, you've taken advantage of me. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He never expected that she would say such bold words. Normally, she would never say such words. It seemed that she had really been affected by the ninja's poison. At this time, Huang Rong's heart was also a mess. She didn't know why she would say that. She had always told herself to forget what had happened between the two of them. But this time, she was the one who brought it up. I'll go ashore first. The strange feeling that came from her body made Huang Rong subconsciously tighten her legs. She bit her lips tightly so that she didn't make any shameful sounds. Song Qingshu stopped her. No need. When I help you adjust the yin and yang qi in your body, the cold water will help to dispel the restlessness in your body. When the time comes, it will be twice the result with half the effort. But I'm not wearing anything right now, Huang Rong exclaimed. Even though she was in the water, she still subconsciously covered her chest with her hands. I'll cover my eyes with a black cloth. Anyway, with my cultivation, even if I cover my eyes, it won't be a problem to recognize acupuncture points, Song Qingshu said as he tore a strip of cloth from his clothes. Forget it. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Huang Rong bit her lips gently. Her voice was trembling. Anyway, you've seen what you shouldn't have seen. There's no need to do such a thing. Song Qingshu was very surprised. The other party actually hinted that he didn't need to cover his eyes. Of course, he knew that this was because the drug had affected her emotions. However, he wasn't a simple-minded man. In this kind of situation, he naturally wouldn't insist on spoiling the fun. All right then. Song Qingshu's throat was a little dry. Then I'll come over now? Huang Rong's whole body shrank under the water, only her head sticking out. Her voice was almost inaudible. With her permission, Song Qingshu walked out from behind the big rock. Everywhere he saw was snow white, like a graceful and moving mermaid unguarded in front of him. At first glance, he almost had a nosebleed. Although Huang Rong's whole body was hidden under the water, with his current cultivation, it wasn't difficult for him to see through the water. Noticing Song Qingshu's expression, Huang Rong was extremely embarrassed. You can see clearly? Song Qingshu nodded. He wasn't the kind of person who wouldn't admit that he had taken advantage of others. He was ready to accept the other's storm of anger. Huang Rong's expression changed. In the end, to Song Qingshu's surprise, she didn't say anything. She just sighed. I really owed you in my previous life. Come over quickly. Chapter 2055. Hearing her call, Song Qingshu's heart couldn't help but palpitate. Especially her charming voice, it made people feel that there was a hidden meaning in her words. It's all because of the drug. Song Qingshu secretly warned himself not to take advantage of her. If it was the time when he had just crossed over, he might not have been able to hold himself back in the face of such an easily obtainable temptation. But now he had countless confidants, and the higher his cultivation and status, the calmer his temperament was. Naturally, he would not do such a thing. This might be the so-called knowing the proper etiquette. Under such circumstances, Song Qingshu naturally couldn't take off his clothes, so he directly went into the water with his clothes on. When he came to Huang Rong's side, he noticed that her body was trembling slightly. He didn't know whether it was because of the cold or fear. I'll start. Song Qingshu knew that in this situation, the more he said, the more embarrassed she would be, so he directly began to sort out the yin and yang qi in her body. The moment his fingers came into contact with her skin, the smooth and soft sensation from his fingertips caused his heart to skip a beat. Furthermore, they were so close to each other that the clear and transparent water could hardly obstruct his vision. Song Qingshu felt his blood and qi surge, and he almost had a nosebleed. Hurriedly closing his eyes and calming his mind, Song Qingshu quickly began to hit the acupuncture points on her body, harmonizing the yin and yang qi in her body. Just now, Huang Rong was in a state of embarrassment and didn't know where to put her hands. If she covered her chest, it would seem like she was guarding against him. Moreover, there were so many places on her body, how could she cover all of them? But if she didn't cover, it really went against a woman's natural modesty to be so honest in front of a man other than her husband. Now that he took the initiative to close his eyes, she immediately let out a sigh of relief. She thought that he was a true gentleman. But then she quickly thought of what he had done in the past, and her expression suddenly became strange. Was this what it meant to become a devil with a single thought? But very quickly, her mind was interrupted by the strange feeling that came from within her body. The true qi that the other party had infused into her body was like a warm current, flowing through all the meridians in her body. Every time it passed, she felt extremely comfortable. At first, she was still able to control herself, but later on, she almost couldn't control the sound coming from her throat. But how could she let out such an embarrassing sound in front of him? She could only bite her red lips and endure it bitterly. As if sensing the abnormality of her body, Song Qingshu suddenly said, "You don't have to endure it. Follow your body's instincts. This is the fastest way to expel the evil poison from your body." Huang Rong's face heated up, but at this time, her whole body was already bright red, so she didn't have to worry about being seen. "It's easy for you to say. How can I really do that?" Song Qingshu smiled and said, "Right now there are no outsiders in this area. Rong, you don't have to be bound by those harsh rules. We are all adults, so this is not a big deal." At the same time, he secretly sighed that the women of ancient times were better. Even these women who had been married for more than 10 years were so shy, unlike the women in the office in the future. When they told dirty jokes, they were even better than men. "Alright, I understand." Huang Rong thought that he was not an outsider. She was afraid that if he continued to persuade, it would become more and more embarrassing, so she casually agreed. Song Qingshu nodded and began to continue to help her expel the poison. Because he needed to adjust the yin and yang qi, he used pure yang qi to help her neutralize the yin qi in her body, and then used pure yin qi to calm the violent qi in her body. But this made Huang Rong suffer. She was originally gritting her teeth to endure, but the result was that her body was cold one moment and hot the next. The torment of ice and fire in her body couldn't help but make her cry out. Once she opened her mouth, it was out of control. It was easier said than done to hold it back. Hearing her own cry, Huang Rong's first reaction was to feel extremely ashamed. But in addition to the shame and anger, she suddenly had a kind of presumptuous pleasure. She was originally a little demon girl who was not afraid of heaven and earth, but after these years of marriage, under the influence of her husband, she became more and more obedient. She became more and more like a virtuous traditional woman. Even her father, Huang Yaoshi, was very dissatisfied with this. He was even too lazy to live with them, preferring to travel around the world. Until this moment, Huang Rong suddenly had a feeling of returning to the days when she was a young girl. She didn't need to be dignified and reserved, she didn't need to think about national affairs, and she didn't need to maintain a noble and inviolable face in front of people. The feeling of breaking through the taboo made her a little addicted. Originally, her body was extremely uncomfortable, but once she made a sound in her throat, her whole body seemed to relax a little. She hesitated and no longer suppressed it. She found that it really produced a sense of relaxation. Under the double effect of her mind and body, Huang Rong unconsciously completely let go. She knew that at this time she must be quite embarrassed, but she didn't care about it. Usually, she used to play with others with her intelligence, but now she didn't want to use her brain at all. She wanted to experience being manipulated by others and completely obey them. Her rationality told her that this was very inappropriate, but there was a strong and irresistible voice in the bottom of her heart, telling her to try this unprecedented feeling. At this time, Song Qingshu was also sweating. The other party's incomparably sweet humming could make any man's bones go limp, but this wasn't the key point. The key point was that he had keenly sensed the abnormality of the yin and yang qi in her body. At the beginning, there was clearly a gradual trend of balance, but for some reason, it suddenly became abnormal, making him feel more and more unable to suppress it. If the yin and yang qi in her body were like a surging river before, barely under control, then now it was like the flood of the Yellow River. The dam built by his true qi already had a feeling that it couldn't hold back, but the yin and yang qi in her body showed no signs of stopping. It wouldn't be long before it became a roaring sea. Rong there's something wrong with the current situation, Song Qingshu hurriedly said, cold sweat dripping down his back. What's wrong? Huang Rong's voice at this time was hoarse with a hint of languid sweetness. It had an inexplicable attraction. However, Song Qingshu didn't have time to appreciate it and immediately described her situation. The ninja's medicine is really strange. I haven't dealt with the Dong-ing people before, but I didn't expect their medicine to be so different from that of the people in the Central Plains. At this time, Huang Rong's red lips exuded a layer of moist luster. So there's no way to cure it? If I'm at my peak, I might be able to try, but now that I've used up a lot of my inner energy, I really can't suppress it. Song Qingshu's mind spun rapidly. How about this? I'll take you back to Xiangyang City first. There are many imperial physicians there, maybe they can think of something. Just as he was about to take her away, Huang Rong pulled him back and said in a trembling voice, No, but... Song Qingshu also felt extremely vexed at this time. I don't want others to see my current sorry state. Huang Rong's hair was disheveled, and her eyes suddenly became clear. Even you can't cure it, let alone them? I don't want the whole of Xiangyang City to know that I've been poisoned by this kind of drug. But you'll probably burn your heart and die like this. Song Qingshu secretly regretted letting that ninja go just now. He might have the corresponding antidote on him. Huang Rong's face was flushed, and she stared at him with her big eyes. A hint of annoyance flashed across her face. Do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to? Calm. Miao Shu Wu. Chapter 2056. Ah! She was so close to him that he could clearly feel her breath and her fragrance. Song Qingshu suddenly felt his throat go dry. Huang Rong stretched out her two snow-white arms and gently wrapped them around Song Qingshu's neck. She moved closer to his ear and whispered, "Everyone says that you're a prodigal son in love and that you understand a woman's heart the best. But why do I feel like you're a hothead now?" The other party leaned close to his ear to speak. Her whole body could be said to be half hanging in his arms. Song Qingshu only felt that the area in front of him was slippery, making him momentarily unsure of where to put his hand. "Rong you've been poisoned." Song Qingshu sighed with a hint of melancholy. "So what?" Huang Rong looked at him with a flushed face. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. "I don't want to have you in this kind of situation. Afterwards, you will think that I am taking advantage of you. Our relationship has finally progressed, and I don't want to be hated to death by you after today." "Who said that I would hate you?" Huang Rong's body was like a mermaid as she spoke, constantly twisting and turning. Feeling that faint contact, Song Qingshu's heart also began to pound. "When you wake up, I'm afraid you won't think that way." "Then do you have a way to cure me?" Huang Rong stared straight at him. Her eyes seemed to be flowing with a layer of water. Song Qingshu frowned slightly. He ran through all kinds of methods in his mind, but it seemed that there really was no way. Huang Rong sighed. "Aren't you the antidote?" Song Qingshu was startled, and then he felt a surge of heat. He never thought that one day he would become such an alluring antidote. At this moment, Huang Rong suddenly raised her head and kissed his lip. Song Qingshu's body stiffened, and he felt like his head was about to explode. He had always been the one in the offensive position, and Huang Rong had been indifferent to him. He never thought that she would take the initiative to kiss him. After a long time, their lips parted. Huang Rong buried her head in his chest and said in a barely audible voice, "I also want to save face." "Do you really want me to say it so clearly?" How could Song Qingshu not know what she meant? He was so excited that his entire body felt like it was about to explode. Looking down at the beauty in front of him who was like white jade, he suddenly had a mischievous heart. He held her incomparably soft waist and pulled her closer to him. He whispered into her ear, "Beg me." "You." Huang Rong abruptly raised her head and glared at him angrily. Song Qingshu was also a little flustered in his heart. He wondered if he had gone too far. If the cooked duck flew away, it would be too late to regret it. Huang Rong's expression changed, and her body trembled slightly. It was obvious that she was on the verge of exploding. Song Qingshu cursed inwardly and was about to correct himself when a charming smile suddenly appeared on Huang Rong's face. "Please! Midwinter, my ass." Song Qingshu did not expect her to be so cooperative and obedient. He swallowed his saliva and said in a hoarse and dry voice, "What did you call me? This bastard wants a foot after giving me an inch." Huang Rong was extremely angry. She did not know why, but she still called out sweetly, "Brother Song." He was a few years younger than her, and in terms of seniority, he was a little like her junior. Calling him like this made Huang Rong feel ashamed. But besides the shame, she also had a feeling that she had never felt before. Her heart was beating faster and her cheeks were red. It was as if she was going to sink into this endless sea of bitterness. Her voice was sweet and cloying. Song Qingshu had been suppressing himself with great willpower when he healed her. Now that the beauty was taking the initiative to be submissive, he could not hold back anymore. He roared and directly pounced on her. It was almost dawn. A man and a woman were on their way back to Xiangyang. "Let's go through our statements again." Huang Rong's face was delicate and beautiful, and there was a trace of satisfaction and charm between her brows. "I am the dignified Prince Qi. Who dares to ask for my statement?" The corner of Song Qingshu's mouth curled up, and his face brimmed with pride. "You're not afraid, but I am." Huang Rong stomped her feet, and her tone was full of slight anger. "It's fine if those people ask, but I'm afraid that they won't ask, and then let their imaginations run wild. At that time, rumors will spread. Song Qinshu could not help but laugh. Anyway, with our relationship, even if there are any rumors, it won't be unjust. You really are a bastard. Huang Rong was so angry that her teeth itched. Bastard? Song Qinshu said seriously. Rong-er, you have to have a conscience. Last night, you were clearly sick and weak. But after one night, not only did you get rid of the poison in your body, but you're also full of vigor. Isn't this my credit? You can't treat me like a dregs after the incident. Go to hell. Thinking that he had taken advantage of her, but now he was making sarcastic remarks, Huang Rong chased after him, wanting to hit him. The two of them joked along the way, and not long after, they met people who came out of Xiangyang City to look for them. Huang Rong hurriedly pushed Song Qinshu away, and quickly tidied up her somewhat messy clothes, making sure that no one would notice anything strange. Mother, are you all right? The person in the lead was extremely delicate and beautiful in red. Impressively, it was Guofu. I'm fine. It's all thanks to Prince Qi's help. Huang Rong glanced at the man beside her with some guilt. He was indeed very helpful last night. Thank you, Brother Song. Guofu smiled brightly at Song Qinshu and then quickly pouted. It's all my fault. Last night, I clearly said that I would take care of Mother, but in the end, I didn't even know when my acupuncture point was sealed by an assassin. And those two useless things, Dao and Xiaowu, caused Mother to be in danger. Song Qinshu had a strange expression on his face. I was the one who sealed your acupuncture point, but she misunderstood that you were under the control of an assassin, which saved me a lot of excuses. Huang Rong clearly thought of the same thing. Worried that her mother would realize something was wrong if she continued to dwell on this, she hurriedly said, It's not your fault. The assassin's martial arts are very high, and he had an accomplice. He used the tactic of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Those thieves are too hateful. Guofu could not help but curse at the assassin. Song Qinshu knew her temperament and could not help but smile. Although this girl's temper was bad, her concern for her mother could not be faked. The group quickly returned to Xiangyang City. Scouts had already run off to inform the other search parties, and the various levels of officials in the city also came out to greet them. Thank you for your concern. It was all thanks to Prince Qi's timely arrival that we were safe. Huang Rong bowed gracefully. As she returned the greeting, she gave Song Qinshu a look, indicating that he should act according to the plan. Noticing her anxious appearance, Song Qinshu secretly laughed, but he still said, The one who came should be the old man of the mountain from the Ming dynasty of Persia. The one who came later seemed to be a ninja from Dongying. Each of them was very skilled. It took me a lot of effort to catch them, but in order to rescue Madame Guo, I accidentally let them escape. The king of assassins, the old man of the mountain? The other officials did not understand the affairs of Jianghu, but Wang Ziding was the commander of the front guard, and the Wang family was a martial arts family. Naturally, he was very familiar with the affairs of Jianghu. This person was a tyrant in Persia, and the lords of the western regions trembled in fear at the mention of his name. Today, he was defeated by Prince Qi. Prince Qi's martial arts are truly unfathomable. The other officials seemed to have been inspired and began to flatter Wang Ziding, vividly describing the events of the previous night. Song Qinshu felt a headache coming on and hurriedly changed the topic. It is said that the Ming dynasty of Persia has sided with the Mongols. I wonder what the attitude of the Mongols is when the Mongols came. Did the Mongols want to assassinate the emperor, but ended up falling into a trap, or did they really intend to harm Madame Guo? We have to carefully investigate this. As expected, everyone's attention was attracted, and they no longer cared about how he rescued Huang Rong last night. Seeing that this topic had been dealt with, Huang Rong finally felt relieved. She then took the opportunity to bid farewell to the officials, saying that she was tired. Everyone sympathized with her and asked her to rest well. When she passed by him, Song Qingshu lowered his voice and said, "Let's play a game. Today, you are not allowed to wear." Only the two of them could hear the last two words. Huang Rong's cheeks instantly turned crimson. Biting her red lips, she snorted and said, "Get lost." Chapter 2057. After discussing with the officials, Song Qingshu went to visit the yellow-robed woman. She had been injured by the old man in the mountain, and her injuries were not light. So it was the old man in the mountain, no wonder his kung fu is so strange. When the yellow-robed woman heard that the person who ambushed her that night was Huashan, she couldn't help but feel surprised. She had always been proud of her kung fu, and even though she was ambushed that night, she was still upset that she lost so quickly. And that Dongying ninja, even though his kung fu is not as good as the old man in the mountain, his ninjutsu is very strange. Thinking about the ninja's ability to instantly become one with the forest, Song Qingshu had to admit that it was very useful for hiding and assassinating people. Temujin has so many people under him, in the future I'm afraid. The yellow-robed woman reached out and patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Brother Song, you don't have to worry too much. There are many talented people in the martial arts world of the Central Plains. As long as we work together, we won't be afraid of the Mongolians. Working together is easier said than done." Song Qingshu laughed bitterly. The difference between sex, the struggle for power, the enmity between nations and families, for the people of the Central Plains to work together was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The yellow-robed woman sighed. "Before, I suspected that you had selfish motives, but now that I see so many powerful people pledging allegiance to the Mongolians, I finally understand your difficulties. If you don't use some methods to unify the power of the Central Plains, how can you deal with the Mongolians?" Seeing that she had finally let go of the barrier in her heart, Song Qingshu let out a sigh of relief. "You think too highly of me. I do have selfish motives for doing this." The yellow-robed woman smiled. "In this world, only mediocre people are free from blame. If you really have no desires, how can you achieve anything great? Yingluo, you really are my confidant." Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. "Speaking of which, I have to thank those assassins. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have been able to reconcile." The yellow-robed woman's face reddened. "Bah, what do you mean reconcile? We've never been reconciled." Yes. Song Qingshu knew that she was embarrassed. After chatting with her for a while, he told her to rest and recuperate before leaving her room. Because as long as the emperor did not return to the capital, there was a risk of unrest in the country. Therefore, although there was no small disturbance last night, the majority of the troops still left for Lin, and according to the schedule. Huang Yaosher's identity was awkward. He had previously attempted to assassinate the emperor on Mount Wudong, so it was not appropriate for him to appear in public. Moreover, he did not want to travel with Song Qingshu, so he stayed in Xiangyang to recuperate. Huang Rong also felt a little uncomfortable, so she decided to stay in Xiangyang to take care of her father and also to recuperate from her illness. Song Qingshu did not insist. The relationship between the two was very subtle. When they saw each other, they tacitly acted as if nothing had happened. Of course, the good news was that Huang Rong's attitude towards him was much better. She did not completely avoid him like before, but that was all. They were far from the level of lovers. Of course, Song Qingshu also knew his limit. He was very satisfied that their relationship had reached this stage. If it was any less, they would drift apart, and if it was any more, they would easily hurt each other. Now it was just right. The emperor's carriage went all the way along the Han River to the Yangtze River, and then straight down. On the way, Song Qingshu sent pigeons to the 4 maids of the Vulture Palace, asking them to choose smart and clever palace maids to meet in Lin. On the other hand, he contacted Xia Qingqing of the Golden Snake Camp, Zhou Zhiruo of Yangzhou, and Ren Yingying of Prince Qi's mansion to arrange various matters after arriving in Lin. At the same time, he contacted the Guobai sisters of the Jin Kingdom and arranged for them to cooperate with him. Although things were complicated, Li Qingluo gave advice and suggestions along the way, which took a lot of pressure off Song Qingshu. Especially when Hong Xiu accompanied him in the dead of night, Song Qingshu not only enjoyed her tenderness, but also recovered most of the internal injuries and losses that he had suffered before. About half a month later, the fleet finally returned to Linen. Song Qingshu found a time for Zhao Guo to meet the crown prince and the officials. Although the people in the court knew that the emperor had been assassinated on the Wutang Mountain, Zhao Guo's physical condition had been tightly sealed for the sake of the country's stability. Only then did they know that Zhao Guo was on his last breath and could only be paralyzed in bed. They were all shocked. Wang Ziding appeared and told them about the series of things that had happened on the Wutang Mountain. When they learned that King Yi had formed the Mansion of Spirits to rebel and even involved several great grandmasters, they all cursed the traitor. But when they heard that Jia Shidao had died to protect the emperor, their expressions became very interesting. Jia Shidao was a man who had been fighting with the emperor for power during this time. If the emperor died, Jia Shidao would be very happy. Why would he sacrifice his life to save the emperor? But the people present were all experienced officials. Soon, many of them guessed the truth of the matter and roughly knew why the royal family said so. Since the emperor had said so, they wouldn't take the risk to question anything. Then, the appointment of Song Qingshu, Wang Ziding, and other positions was announced. Although the officials present were well informed and had already heard some news from various channels, they were still shocked to hear it with their own ears. I hope the emperor will think twice. The Pingzhong army is a very important position. Since the founding of the country, this position has been established no more than 3 times. It can't be easily given unless it's a special case. Yes, the emperor. Every officer of the Pingzhong army has been in charge of the prime minister for many years. They are experienced and highly respected. How can the Prince of Qi take on such a heavy responsibility at such a young age? I hope the emperor will think twice. A group of people talked at once, trying to persuade the emperor to take back the order. Wang Ziding smiled faintly. He had expected that it wouldn't be easy for Song Qingshu to succeed in taking over the position. He secretly glanced at Song Qingshu and saw that he looked calm. He didn't know what was going on. Forget it. For the sake of Yu Yan, I'll do him a favor. Wang Ziding made up his mind. He stepped forward and said, Prince Yi has been planning for many years. Once it was launched, it was like a thunderbolt. If not for the Prince of Qi's efforts, the country would have long fallen into the hands of rebels and traitors. How can such a contribution not be rewarded? What's more, the Jin state has inadvertently learned of the turmoil in the court. Now, the Jin state is frequently mobilizing troops. It seems that they want to take advantage of this opportunity to invade the south. At present, in the court, in terms of military campaigns and reputation, who can compare to the Prince of Qi? The Pingzhong army was originally established to deal with this kind of emergency. It is most appropriate to give it to the Prince of Qi. Seeing Wang Ziding come out to support Song Qingshu, the officials looked at each other in dismay. It should be known that the Wang family was one of the 4 major families. There were countless former officials in the court. In addition, Wang Ziding controlled the imperial guards. The power of the Wang family was not to be underestimated. Moreover, the 4 major families had always been on the same side. Did the Wang family's attitude mean that this was the common intention of the Jia family, the Shi family, and the Shui family? Thinking of this, a group of officials went to see the reactions of the other family masters. Jia Shidao had died on Wutang Mountain, but the censor, Shi Muan, and the political advisor, Shui Ji, were all expressionless. It was hard to tell what their reactions were. Seeing that they did not speak, the voices of the other officials were not so firm. At this time, Zhao Guo said, I have made up my mind. There is no need to discuss it anymore. Also, let the Ministry of Rites pick an auspicious day for the wedding of the Prince of Qi and the two princesses. I am tired. You can all leave. Long live the Emperor! Since the Emperor had said so, the others could not say anything else. They all knelt and left. Wang Ziding looked at Song Qinshu in surprise. He never would have thought that Zhao Go would be able to speak on his own. All this time, he had only kept Zhao Go alive to ensure that he was alive so that he could control the nobles. The moment Zhao Go spoke, all the hair on his body stood up. He was afraid that Zhao Go would say something. After all, what he had done this time was disrespectful. If it was exposed, it would be a disaster. But Zhao Go had spoken up for Song Qinshu. This was beyond his expectations. In his eyes, Zhao Go should have hated Song Qinshu to the extreme. If he could speak, he would have ordered people to kill him immediately. The Grandmaster's methods are indeed incredible. After thinking about it, Wang Ziding could only blame it on this. At the same time, he made up his mind that when he went back, he had to hurry up and arrange for his marriage with Yu Yan. That way, their relationship would be stable. But he and the princess were about to be married. What would Yu Yan's status be if she went there? Let the princess be the concubine? Even though the emperor was currently under their control, Wang Ziding did not dare to risk universal condemnation. However, if he allowed Yu Yan to be the concubine, it would not be in line with the Wang family's interests. It was truly a headache. Seeing everyone's reaction, the corners of Song Qinshu's lips curled up slightly. It was not easy to control Zhao Go when he was at his peak, but now that he was heavily injured and weak, his resistance was at its weakest. Using the soul transfer technique and some medicine, it would not be difficult to temporarily control him when he met with the officials. As for after that, Zhao Go would be deep in the palace most of the time anyway, and he would not be able to do much. However, he knew very well that this was not the end of the matter. If he wanted to sit firmly in this position, he would definitely face many challenges. Whether it was the crown prince, the prince, or the important ministers of the court, none of them would be willing to let an outsider like him become the leader of the court. After settling Zhao Go down, Song Qinshu used his name to summon Ren Yingying into the palace. Now that he did not have complete control of the palace, he did not dare to take even half a step away from Zhao Go. If he accidentally fell into someone else's hands, not only would all his previous efforts go to waste, he could also become a traitor that everyone despised. Actually, Ren Yingying had long been waiting near the palace gates. When she received the news, she immediately entered the palace. Song Qinshu dismissed his attendants and met her in a side hall. Song Leng, as the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Seeing her lover, Ren Yingying could not help but throw herself into his arms. Yingying, Song Qinshu hugged her soft and moving body tightly. He could not help but feel the warmth of home rise in his heart. He did not know why, but some women could give people the warmth of home. It had nothing to do with appearance or personality, it was just a mysterious feeling. Song Qinshu lowered his head. His gaze was less than a foot away from her face. He saw that her skin was so white it was almost transparent. He did not know if it was because of excitement or something else, but there was a faint blush. He could not help but say with pity, "You have lost weight in this period of time." "No, I have clearly gained a lot of weight." Ren Yingying pinched his waist. "You, on the other hand, are much thinner than when you left. This period of time I have been on the move day and night. In addition, I was injured, so I have lost some weight. In the following period of time, you can cook more delicious food. You will definitely be able to make up for my loss," Song Qinshu answered. Hearing that he was injured, Ren Yingying's expression was nervous. She looked him up and down. "Where is the injury? Let me take a look." Seeing her nervous expression, Song Qinshu's heart warmed. "Do not worry, the injury has already healed. I know you say this because you don't want me to worry. How can the injury left by a great grandmaster be so easy to heal?" Ren Yingying's eyelashes trembled. Song Lang, this matter is really too risky. It has to be risky. Moreover, risk and opportunity coexist. Song Qingshu was filled with emotion. He then told her in detail what had happened along the way and the plan. In the past dynasties, when the court officials wanted to rebel, they all colluded with the people in the harem to gain a righteous reputation. We have to guard against this. With my martial arts, although it is easy to enter and exit the harem, I am a man after all. I cannot openly enter and leave. It is inevitable that others will take advantage of me. So I need a spy in the harem. You mean Kumimi? Ren Yingying nodded slightly. Her status is indeed the most suitable candidate. However, the harem is treacherous. She has never been scheming. I am afraid that it will be beyond my power. So I need Qin Yuan to assist me. Song Qingshu said, I can't leave the palace now. Yingying, please go out and bring them into the palace. Qin Yuan has been through a lot and is very knowledgeable. It is indeed suitable to have her look after them. Ren Yingying agreed. There is no time to lose. I will immediately go out of the palace to make the arrangements. While they were discussing in the palace, Shi Miyuan and Xue Ji were also meeting in a secret room. I can't contact the people of the Jia family. They are all juniors and useless, so I didn't call them. Xue Ji was a little annoyed. Are all the people in charge of the Jia family dead? Shi Miyuan's face was as dark as water. Shi Xian's move was too risky. It was originally a matter of success or death. This situation is also expected. I just didn't expect the Emperor to be so tolerant and put all the blame on Prince Yi. Instead, Shi Xian's reputation of loyalty and patriotism will be fulfilled. Although they were all from the four major families, Jia Shidao didn't tell him about his previous actions. However, each family had many eyes and ears, so he could guess a thing or two based on the clues. Whether it was the Shi family or the Xue family, their attitudes toward this matter were to wait and see. Anyway, no matter whether Jia Shidao won or lost, it wouldn't affect their family's wealth, so there was no need for them to take risks and get involved. However, now that Jia Shidao was dead, the power didn't fall into their hands, but was instead stolen by an outsider. They naturally wouldn't allow it. The Emperor's move is indeed brilliant, but… Xue Ji looked worried. The Emperor gave all the power to an outsider instead of us. Is it because of what happened to Shi Xian that he is going to do something to the other families? Shi Miyuan shook his head. I don't think so. Wang Ziding is not stupid. If that were true, why would he agree? I don't know what this Wang Ziding is up to. We four major families have always been on the same side, but with what he did today, does he want to completely get close to Song and draw a line with us? Xue Ji said with hatred. His attitude is indeed ambiguous. Find a chance to sound him out, Shi Miyuan said. But now, the most important thing is to find a way to remove Song from his position. Does a young man who hasn't even grown his hair yet really think that he can get the corresponding power with just an imperial edict? Xue Ji also smiled slightly. I have already sent someone to contact the Crown Prince. Now he should be the most anxious one. Calm. Miao Shu Wu. Chapter 2058. Shi Miyuan's tense face gradually broke into a smile. That's right. Prince Yi's aggressive attacks previously made it difficult for the Crown Prince to move. Now that Prince Yi is finally in trouble, Prince Qi, who is also the Emperor's son-in-law, appears. I don't believe he won't be worried. Xue Ji nodded. Since ancient times, the position of Crown Prince has not been easy. On one hand, he has to guard against his brother's schemes. On the other hand, he has to deal with Imperial Father's suspicions. It can be said that he is dancing on the tip of a knife. As long as he does not ascend to the throne, there will be more variables. Therefore, every Crown Prince wants Imperial Father to pass the throne to them as soon as possible. Now that the Emperor's health is in such a state, the crown prince will certainly be tempted and wish for the emperor's early demise. But now that Song Qinshu is guarding the emperor's residence, the crown prince has no way of obtaining first-hand information. As long as he is sane, he will not allow these variables to exist. Just watch, it won't be long before the crown prince's clique takes action. Shi Mian stroked his beard and smiled. Let the crown prince test the waters. Ah! In the palace, although Song Qinshu did not know what happened in the secret chamber, he could guess that the various powers in the capital must be discussing ways to deal with him. Now was just the calm before the storm. Closing his eyes, he thought of all the details. Suddenly, he had an idea. He quickly wrote a secret letter and sent it to Ren Yingying. It turned out that he had realized a key problem. In the future, the palace would be led by consort Jia and the other concubines. If he directly called Chen Yuanyuan and Aku back, they would have no one to rely on. They would be a commander without an army. No matter how experienced Chen Yuanyuan was, she would not be able to cook without rice. Therefore, if they returned to the palace now, not only would they not be able to help, but they would also divert his attention to take care of their safety. Therefore, he hurriedly sent someone to inform Ren Yingying to postpone sending them to the palace until the palace maids from Vulture Palace arrived. At that time, he would have enough bargaining chips to control the entire imperial harem. Originally, such confidential information should have been delivered by him personally. But now that he had just returned to the capital, he did not dare to go too far from Zhaoguo. Therefore, he could only send someone to deliver the letter. Fortunately, there were still some useful people in the Prince of Qi's household. When Ren Yingying had entered the palace, she had been brought along with her. Of course, Song Qinshu had also added another layer of insurance. That was, the letter was written in a secret code. Only he and Ren Yingying had the key to it. Even if the letter was stolen, there was no need to worry about the secret being leaked. Knowledge is power. Song Qinshu was glad that he had hundreds of years more knowledge than the people of this world. Standing on the shoulders of giants was like getting twice the result with half the effort. After delivering the letter, Song Qinshu walked towards the back of the palace. With his martial arts, entering the palace at night was as easy as taking something out of his pocket. However, it was broad daylight, and under the watchful eyes of the public, it would be troublesome for him to stay in the palace. Fortunately, he quickly thought of a justifiable way. The emperor sympathized with him and the princess for being separated for so long, and allowed them to see each other. When young lovers meet and stay a little longer, no one can say anything. Of course, as a foreign official, it was not convenient for Song Qinshu to enter the back of the palace. Thus, he issued an edict for the two princesses to come. This way, Song Qinshu could legitimately guard Zhaoguo's side. The feeling of controlling the emperor to order the nobles is really quite satisfying. Looking at the unconscious Zhaoguo on the throne and seeing the imperial edicts that actually belonged to him being sent out, Song Qinshu immediately understood how Cao Cao had felt all those years ago. If he had not experienced this feeling of being in power in other countries, Song Qinshu might have accidentally lost himself in this pleasure, and in the end, he would have been enslaved by power. Not long after, with the special shrill voice of the eunuchs, the two princesses finally arrived. In the beginning, with outsiders present, the two young ladies were still very careful about their manners, maintaining the grace and dignity of princesses. However, when Song Qinshu waved his hand for the eunuchs to leave, the two of them instantly recovered the carefree manner of young ladies. "Brother Song!" The two young ladies called out and ran to him together. Zhao Yuanyuan was a little older. She might have been a little embarrassed halfway and stopped where she was. Zhao Huan on the other hand, did not care so much and directly rushed into his arms. "It's all my fault for making you worry." Hugging the girl's petite and soft body tightly, Song Qinshu felt the excitement and trembling of her body. Song Qinshu's heart was full of guilt. After careful calculation, It seemed that after bringing them back from the Jin Kingdom last time, although he stayed in Lin Un for a long time, he only met them a few times. This was also the reason why he was not willing to easily get involved in love affairs. In the past, he naturally hoped that the more women he had, the better. However, as he really had more and more female confidants, he gradually realized that he did not have so much time and energy to care for everyone. It was easy to say that a bowl of water was fair, but it was too difficult to do. I thought you didn't want me anymore. Zhao Huan pouted and tears kept sliding down her snow-white cheeks. Hearing her childish words, Song Qingshu could not help but laugh. Who would be willing to give up such a beautiful little girl? Seeing Zhao Yuanyuan standing aside, he moved his buttocks and patted the chair next to him. Yuanyuan, sit here. Zhao Yuanyuan's face was slightly red, but she obediently sat down. Song Qingshu could not help but laugh and said, you should learn more from your older sister. Look at how virtuous and proper your older sister is. You look like a little girl who hasn't grown up yet. You don't know. Zhao Huan was suddenly dissatisfied. In private, my sister often secretly wipes her tears alone, and every time it is me who comforts her. No. Zhao Yuanyuan was ashamed and annoyed. She reached out and wanted to pinch her mouth. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. Zhao Huan dodged and exclaimed, Brother Song, look, she wants to silence us. Song Qingshu could not help but sigh. Some time ago, I was in a game with your brother, and there were many interests that needed to be balanced. In addition, marrying two princesses at the same time is really unheard of in this dynasty, so I can't risk the world's condemnation by coming to see you often. Zhao Yuanyuan said softly, Brother Song, we know you have your difficulties. I am too useless. Sometimes when I think of father and mother, I can't help but feel sorry for myself. Zhao Huan-er's eyes also turned red when she was reminded of the sad things. Although we are noble in name, we are not of the same mother as my brother, and there is a large age gap. We did not have any interaction with him at that time. Later, we were imprisoned in the Jin Kingdom for more than 10 years, and we were separated for so long, so naturally we did not have any feelings for each other. After we came back, he gave us glory on the surface, but in fact, he grounded us in the harem all day long, and we couldn't go anywhere. It was no different from being imprisoned. In retrospect, the happiest moment of my life is probably meeting you in the Jin Kingdom, Brother Song. Listening to the young girl's story, Song Qingshu felt even more pity in his heart. Don't worry, you will soon regain your own bodies. Really? Even Zhao Yuanyuan, who had always been demure, looked at him expectantly. Before, the marriage was delayed again and again, but this time, I will not let you wait in vain, Song Qingshu said in a deep voice. At the latest, we will officially get married in half a month. Really? Zhao Huan was surprised and could not help but kiss him on the cheek. Zhao Yuanyuan's eyes were also shining, but she was relatively more reserved. Of course, it is true. Seeing the two young girls' excited eyes, Song Qingshu could not help but smile. It was indeed a great sense of accomplishment to make his women feel happy. Aya! Zhao Yuanyuan suddenly exclaimed and suddenly stood up from his side. No, according to etiquette we can't meet you in private before we get married, otherwise, it will be inauspicious. Song Qingshu could not help but smile, and pulled her back into his arms. Don't believe in those nonsense. As the saying goes, the strong have strong luck. You don't have to worry about these things when you are with me. By the way, Huan kissed me just now, what about you? Zhao Yuanyuan bit her lip, and her face suddenly became very red. Zhao Huan who was next to her, teased her heartlessly, Sister, when we were in the Jin Kingdom, we were so intimate with Brother Song, so why are you still embarrassed? You are a shameless girl. Zhao Yuanyuan was embarrassed and annoyed by her words, and the two young girls quickly played together. Feeling the young and soft bodies of the two beautiful girls rubbing against each other, Song Qingshu was happy to see it happen. The imperial consort has arrived. At this moment, a eunuch's voice suddenly rang out from outside the hall. Chapter 2059. Hearing that someone had come, the two girls immediately climbed out of his arms and quickly stood to the side to tidy up their clothes. Soon, they returned to their previous respectful appearance. Song Qingshu frowned slightly, but thinking that there were many rules in the palace and that they were used to it, he did not say anything more. At this moment, a middle-aged woman walked into the hall. Although her face was full of the traces of time, one could still imagine how beautiful she was when she was young. "Greetings, your ladyship." The rules could not be ignored, so Song Qingshu also stood up and bowed. "Prince Qi need not be so polite." Jia Fei smiled slightly, her tone somewhat familiar. "I heard that Prince Qi came to see the two princesses, so I specially came to see. I hope I did not disturb you." At this time, Zhao Yuanyuan and Zhao Huan are also hurriedly bowed. Song Qingshu replied, "Your ladyship is too serious." "Of course not." Jia Fei enthusiastically helped the two princesses up and took off 2 jade bracelets from her wrist. "You young people have not seen each other for such a long time. You must be suffering from lovesickness and have a stomach full of things to say. I should not disturb you, but too many things have happened recently, and Prince Qi is busy every day. I am worried that there will not be a chance in the future, so I found this opportunity to come." Jia Fei paused and continued to hold the hands of the two princesses and said, "My two sisters are getting married. As your sister-in-law, I naturally can't do nothing. These 2 bracelets were given to me by the Empress Dowager when I got married. I'll give them to the two of you now. I wish you have a son soon and live to a ripe old age." Zhao Yuanyuan blushed slightly and replied shyly, "Thank you, your ladyship." On the side, Zhao Huan muttered in a low voice, "You usually ignore us in the palace, but now you are acting out of character and come to please us. It can be said that you are up to no good." Her voice was muffled, and she deliberately lowered her volume. Only people with Song Qingshu's level of cultivation could hear her, and he immediately understood Jia Fei's purpose for coming. Jia Fei chatted intimately with the two princesses for a while and gradually led the topic to what happened on Mount Wudong. "Prince of Qi, how did my younger brother die? Can you tell me in detail what happened at that time?" King Yi conspired to rebel. He gathered a large number of kung fu masters and risked everything on one throw. His timing was quite good. It was just when the guards around the emperor were the weakest. Fortunately, Prime Minister Jia risked his life to protect the emperor. Song Qingshu said the words he had prepared and sneered secretly. He didn't believe that Jia Sherdao didn't know anything about the rebellion. Throughout the process, Jia Fei's expression changed several times, and she asked about the details of the mountain from time to time. Fortunately, Song Qingshu had already memorized this set of speech along the way, so he did not spill the beans. "My brother died a worthy death." Concubine Jiao wiped the tears on her cheeks. She really looked like a family member of a martyr. The imperial court gave Prime Minister Jia the title of Zhongxian, which is an affirmation of his loyalty. Song Qingshu cooperated and said, "The imperial court did treat our Jia family well." Hearing the word Zhongxian in the posthumous title, Jia Fei was quite satisfied. Song Qingshu secretly shook his head. Compared with her brother, Jia Fei's knowledge was too shallow. The posthumous title of Zhongxian was not a good one. Qin Hui was also given this posthumous title after his death. "By the way, how is the emperor now? I haven't gone to see him since you came back for so long. It's really my dereliction of duty as a wife." Jia Fei wiped her tears with a handkerchief, looked into the inner room, and was about to go in. Song Qingshu thought that the serious matter had come, so he hurriedly stopped in front of her and said, "Your Highness, please forgive me. The emperor was seriously injured and is now recuperating. He can't be disturbed. Don't worry. I'll just take a look from a distance. I won't disturb the emperor, Jia Fei said with a smile. Song Qingshu still shook his head and said, the emperor has issued a decree. He won't see anyone. The smile on Jia Fei's face gradually disappeared, and her eyebrows also raised. He won't even see me? This is the emperor's intention. Song Qingshu was expressionless. Your Highness, don't make things difficult for me. It was not an easy task to control Zhao Go to speak according to his wishes like he did in the imperial court previously. It was possible to use the soul transfer technique and medicine occasionally for a short period of time, but if it was done frequently, Zhao Go's current physical condition could not withstand the torment. Therefore, most of the time, he could only imprison Zhao Go. Under such circumstances, he naturally could not let Zhao Go meet with other people. There was no guarantee that something would go wrong. Is it the emperor's intention or your intention? These years, because of her younger brother, Jia Fei's status had also risen. In the inner palace, she had long developed a personality of her own. Just now, she had restrained her temper and been amiable with him. Now that she was slightly obstructed, she immediately went back to her old ways. It's natural for a wife to see her husband. Why do you obstruct her? The royal family is different from ordinary families. Even the son will rebel. Naturally, we have to be on guard against the wife, Song Qingshu said lightly. Jia Fei knew that he was using the matter of Prince Yi's rebellion to shut her mouth. However, to be able to sit firmly in the inner palace, she naturally would not admit defeat so easily. She immediately retorted, if I can't even trust my wife and son, can you, an outsider, be trusted? At the side, Zhao Yuanyuan could not help but say, Brother Song is not an outsider. He is the emperor's brother-in-law. Oh, you haven't even married him yet, and you're already siding with an outsider? Jia Fei glanced at her and said somewhat strangely. Being contradicted by her, Zhao Yuanyuan's eyes instantly turned red. Zhao Huaner immediately objected and wanted to stand up for her sister, but she was desperately held back by her sister. In the palace, there was a clear distinction between seniority and inferiority. Whether it was status or seniority, the other party was higher than them. If they were accused of insubordination, it would not be a joke. Zhao Huaner did not want to put her lover in a difficult position. Seeing the two women being wronged, Song Qingshu was also a little annoyed. He said in a deep voice, Why don't I let you see the emperor? And I think you know how Jia Sherdao died. There are some things that I have to say so openly. A nanny next to Jia Fei came forward and scolded angrily, Dog slave, how dare you be rude to the concubine? Song Qingshu frowned slightly. Before the people around them could see clearly what had happened, they found that the old nanny had already fallen to the ground and was mumbling something with her mouth full of blood. Obviously, her teeth had been knocked out, causing her to leak air. Song Qingshu's face was as gloomy as still water. He said, This time, for the sake of the concubine, I will spare her life. If there is a next time. He did not finish his words, but the threat was obvious. Jia Fei and the others only then realized that in addition to his identity as Prince of Qi, he was also a great master of Kung Fu. If he really wanted to do something, perhaps no one in the entire palace could stop him. Realizing this, Jia Fei lost most of her courage. She said a little fiercely, You win. After saying that, she turned around and left with her entourage. I won't see you out, Song Qingshu said lightly. Only then did Zhao Huaner come to her senses. She ran over and hugged his arm. Brother Song, you were so impressive just now. That nanny Lai bullied the other little palace maids in the imperial harem all day long just because she was the trusted subordinate of consort Jia. Sometimes, even we were bullied by her. Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows. Then it seems that I hit her lightly just now. It's enough. Zhao Yuanyuan glared at her sister, who was eager to see the world in chaos. Her eyebrows were full of worry. In recent years, Jia Fei has covered the sky with one hand in the palace. Now that you have offended her so badly, I'm afraid it doesn't matter. Anyway, we are not on the same path. Sooner or later, I will offend her. Song Qingshu did not care. Zhao Huan threw the bracelet in her hand to the ground. This bad woman. I don't want her bracelet. On the other side, Zhao Yuan also silently took off the bracelet. I will give you better ones another day. Song Qingshu was smiling, but his heart was extremely painful. Even if you don't want it, don't break it. It is enough to live as an ordinary person for a lifetime. These wastrels. After Jia Fei returned to the palace, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She did not know how many teacups and vases she had smashed after. Another nanny said in a low voice, "Concubine, why don't we inform the people in the Jia mansion?" Nanny Lai was sent for treatment. This was Nanny Li, another confidant of Jia Fei. The two masters are gone. There are only a few juniors left in the Jia mansion. What can they do? Thinking of the current situation of the Jia mansion, Jia Fei's face became gloomy. If the two masters were still here, Song would not dare to do this. What about the masters of the Shi family and the Shui family? Nanny Li continued. Jia Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. This is a good idea. But soon she sat down dejectedly. But now the inside and outside of the palace are controlled by Song. We can't get out at all. We can't even send a letter. Nanny Li laughed and said, "Isn't it fine as long as we drive Song away?" What idea do you have? Jia Fei asked curiously. In all the dynasties, I have never heard of it. Nanny Li whispered in Jia Fei's ear. Jia Fei quickly turned from anger to joy. This is good, very good. But the problem is that we can't send a message now. Nanny Li frowned. Don't worry. If you can think of it, the two old foxes, Shi Miyuan and Shui Ji, can't think of it. Ha! Jia Fei laughed wantonly. Outside the palace, Shi Miyuan was discussing with a white-haired old man in the study. Father, it was very wise of you not to go to Wutang Mountain with us this time because of your illness. The white-haired old man was naturally the emperor's preceptor, Shi Hao. Hearing this, he stroked his beard and smiled. Shi Xian is too greedy. The Jia family is already the first aristocratic family, but he still wants to reach the sky in one step. Naturally, I don't want to get involved in this mess. Otherwise, it will be a problem for whom to help. Fortunately, I didn't go. Otherwise, with so many great grandmasters dying on Wutang Mountain, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back. Although he had always been proud of his martial arts, he knew that he was still a little bit away from the great grandmaster level. The current situation is better for us. Shi Miyuan was obviously in a good mood. These years, we have been suppressed by the Jia family. Now that the Jia family is finished, the power vacuum under their hands will naturally be taken by us. Shi Hao couldn't help saying, but so far Song is the biggest winner. He was more skilled in martial arts. In terms of power and strategy, he was far behind his son. Shi Miyuan shook his head. He is a tree without roots. The prosperity now is only on the surface. Without a foundation in the imperial court, he will be chased away very soon. No, he might even leave with his tail between his legs tomorrow. Shi Hao had a worried expression. As the saying goes, the bird that sticks out will be shot. Song is a great grandmaster after all. If we offend him, we will not have an easy time either. Don't worry, I am not someone who doesn't know the severity of the situation. Shi Miyuan smiled. The most anxious person now is the crown prince. There is no need for me to do anything. Of course, to prevent them from missing the opportunity because they are too stupid, I have specially sent someone to pretend to inadvertently remind the few old pedants around him. Although Zhen Dexiu, Wei Liaowang, and the rest are very annoying normally, they are the most suitable for this task. Ha ha! The morning assembly the next day, Song Qingshu had wanted to experience the feeling of being the head of the imperial court openly. In the end, the first memorial he received was to impeach him. The words, "filthy palace," were unusually glaring. WonderfulBookHouse.com. Chapter 2060. Messing with the Palace? Seeing these words, Song Qingshu's face almost turned green. If he had really done something with the concubines in the palace and enjoyed the pleasures of women, then it would have been fine. But he hadn't even taken off his pants, and now he was being made a scapegoat? Song Qingshu looked at the inscription on the memorial, Zhendishyo. He had an impression of this person. His name was too elegant. This person was the secretary of the directorate of the academy and was now the crown prince's teacher. The other memorial accused him of a similar crime. It was inscribed by Wei Liaoweng, who was now a martial scholar of the Imperial College and also the crown prince's teacher. However, Zhen Dishio taught the crown prince science, while Wei Liaoweng taught the crown prince archery and military strategy. It looks like this is the crown prince's intention. Song Qingshu frowned inwardly. This crown prince's methods were not very clever. He had sent his teacher directly into battle. This way, everyone would know he was the mastermind. In reality, he did not have any ill feelings towards this crown prince. Previously, because of the matter with Shin Bijuan, he had felt pity for him. As for after Shin Bijuan's incident, he immediately began to plot to marry someone else. This matter could not be blamed on him. Born of the royal family, he naturally could not allow an innocent woman to marry into his family. But now that the other party had come knocking, it was destined that the two of them could not be friends. Sometimes the world was like this. Even though they clearly admired each other, they had no choice but to be enemies. Song Qingshu couldn't help but think of Wei Xiaobao from back then. Once again, he sighed with emotion. Sighing was just sighing, but the trouble in front of him still had to be dealt with. Looking at the officials not far away, who had mocking expressions and were clearly waiting to see a joke, Song Qingshu coughed lightly and could only explain. After the emperor experienced this rebellion, he was very worried about the guards around him and ordered me to stay by his side. Of course, I also knew what was important. After nightfall, I did not stay in the palace but rested by the side of the Qing palace. The imperial palace was not just a place where the emperor's concubines resided. It was divided into the inner court and the outer court. After entering the imperial palace, heading east, passing through a northern corridor was the Privy Council, followed by the Secretariat and then the Datang, which was also known as the Political Affairs Hall, where the Prime Minister retreated from court. Then there was the Menxia province, and finally there was the Hall of Qing, which was also known as the Hall of Golden Throne in the eyes of the common people. These places all belonged to the outer court. With permission, officials could enter and exit. They had to walk all the way inside, past a wall and the palace gate, before reaching the inner court. That was the private place of the emperor and his concubines, and no other men were allowed to enter. In the past, when Song Qingshu had gone to find Li Yuanji and Aku, he had entered the inner court, but he had used his peerless Qinggong to sneak in at night. If he had entered in broad daylight, the effect would have been too bad. Thus, he had been on guard from the beginning. However, he had not expected that someone would still make a fuss about it. Ever since Taizu, it's not like there weren't any ministers who stayed at the Political Affairs Hall because they were busy with official business. However, there is only one who stayed here every day like King Qi. At this time, an old man stood up. He was the Crown Prince's grand tutor, Zhen Dishio. Song Qingshu was secretly annoyed. He could not help but say, "I only stayed here for a day. How could I have stayed here every day?" Zhen Dishio immediately said, "King Qi means that you will move out of the palace today?" Song Qingshu was startled. He did not expect that he would fall into a trap. However, he had the card of Zhao Go in his hand, so he did not panic. The safety of the emperor now requires me to look after him at all times. He even specially ordered me to stay by his side. How could I care about my own reputation and not care about the safety of the emperor? That's not true, Zhen Dishio immediately retorted. Since ancient times, the emperor has had his own guards and personal guards. Why would King Qi need to interfere? Song Qingshu's expression changed. He suddenly stood up. The aura of a great grandmaster exploded. The entire hall was enveloped by his aura. Everyone's expression changed. Even breathing became difficult. Sir Zhen is a scholar. I fear that you do not know the concept of a true martial arts master. This time, there were almost 10 great grandmasters in the Wu-Dang Mountain incident. Even the imperial guards were like chickens and dogs in front of them. This time, the imperial guards that accompanied me were almost completely annihilated. Song Qingshu snorted coldly. In the past, there were 2 great grandmasters, Huang Shang and Do Jiusing, guarding the palace. That was how the peace of the palace was ensured. Now that the 2 of them are gone, the palace is defenseless against a great grandmaster. If I am not in the palace, and someone with ulterior motives invites a great grandmaster, wouldn't that be playing with the lives of the emperor and the safety of the country? He quickly retracted his aura. It should be known that this group of officials were all weak scholars. Many of them had old arms and legs. If they were accidentally injured by him, there would be a lot of trouble. Zhen Dishio's expression alternated between green and white. He opened his mouth and wanted to refute. Unfortunately, he was intimidated by the other's aura and could not catch his breath for a while. Song Qingshu's control of his strength was very accurate. He could not speak but did not really injure him. The King of Qi's words are indeed reasonable. However, Huang Chang and the wine-fighting monk are seniors of virtue and prestige. Moreover, they are old and no one would think in that direction. The King of Qi is different. The one who spoke was Wei Liaoweng. He was responsible for teaching the Crown Prince martial art. Obviously, he had extraordinary skills. Naturally, he recovered faster than Zhen Dishio. The King of Qi is in the prime of his youth. There are so many beauties in the palace. Moreover, those imperial concubines are all carefully selected beauties from all over the country. He wanted to say something but stopped. However, everyone present was a man. Each and every one of them revealed a knowing smile. Regardless of whether they were palace maids or imperial concubines, they were all extremely lonely in the depths of the palace. Even if Song Qingshu did not take the initiative to look for them, when they saw such a young, handsome, and high-ranking man, it was hard to guarantee that they would not take the initiative to approach him. With Wei Liaoweng's help, Zhen Dishio also managed to catch her breath. She added, "Moreover, according to what I know, the King of Qi has many romantic affairs in Jianghu. He is a famous playboy." Song Qingshu secretly furrowed his brows. The affairs that he had with his female friends a few years ago still had some negative effects on him. At this time, some of the other officials also began to chime in. Those of us who are in the know naturally know that the King of Qi is upright and upright. However, those common people do not know this. They only know that the King of Qi spends his days in the imperial palace. How would they know the difference between the inner court and the outer court? In addition to the rumors that have been circulating about the King of Qi, they will definitely let their imaginations run wild. When the time comes, all of them will add oil and vinegar to the rumors. In just a few days, the rumors will become unbearable to listen to. We also know that the King of Qi is doing this for the safety of the Emperor's family. However, if we do this, the imperial family will lose face. The Emperor will probably not be willing to see such a situation. Why don't we report this to the Emperor and let him make a decision? In this old subject's opinion, we can find a house near the imperial palace and gift it to the King of Qi to live in. This way, the King of Qi can protect the safety of the Emperor's family and also shut the mouths of the ignorant. As the officials spoke one after another, the atmosphere became more and more heated. Seeing that Song Qingshu was about to be drowned by the spittle of the officials, Shi Miuan and Xue Ji, who had been silent all this time, exchanged glances. They both saw the smugness on each other's faces. Chapter 2061. Song Qingshu looked on coldly. He knew that the current situation was the result of the cooperation of the various factions in the court. The other party had come prepared, so there was no point in him holding on. Therefore, he cut the Gordian knot and said, "I think what you have said makes sense. Staying in the palace is indeed easy to attract criticism. How about this? I will move out today, but I cannot ignore the safety of the officials. Someone's suggestion is very good. How about this? Find a house near the palace, and I will guard there to prevent other great grandmasters or evil people from invading the palace." The officials in the hall looked at each other. They did not expect him to agree to leave the palace so quickly. After all, they had prepared a few trump cards that they had not used. However, since the other party had admitted to leaving the palace, they could not force him too much. After all, the other party's prestige and martial arts were there. Therefore, they accepted his suggestion and ordered the Imperial City Department to find a house near the palace for him to stay. Seeing the reactions of the people in the hall, Song Qingshu secretly sighed. In the past, whether it was as Kangxi or Tang Quobian, it was much easier for him to take over the court, so he was careless about this game of power. Now that he was in front of the stage, he realized how treacherous the center of power was, and how murderous it was. He could use absolute force to make these people submit, but every circle had its own rules of the game. If he wanted to be like the main character in the novels he had read before, he would have to use force to break the rules. Unless he was like the Jin Kingdom and the Mongols in history, he could destroy the entire country and rebuild it. Otherwise, he would have to follow the existing rules. Although the Song dynasty was weak in history, it was only the country that was weak. Everyone had their own strength of character. Fighting against the Liao, the Jin, and the Mongols, although there were some traitors, there were more loyal and hot-blooded people. During the Jinkong Rebellion, the Central Plains was filled with volunteer armies. The brothers Zhang Shun and Zhang Gui charged to the rescue outside Xiangyang knowing that they would die. The subjects and soldiers who jumped into the sea during the Battle of Cliff Mountain were all examples. The generous treatment of the Song dynasty had nurtured scholars for hundreds of years. Although there were many drawbacks, they had cultivated the strength of character of scholars. Zhen Dixio, Wei Liaoweng, and the others were famous Confucian scholars and had high prestige in the court. Even political enemies had to admit that they were good characters. Although the crown prince had instructed them to impeach him, it was clear that they did not approve of the act of staying overnight in the palace. Song Qingshu did not want to use force to break the backbone of the literati because of his own selfish desires. This was not good for the entire country and people. Thus, after much hesitation, he chose to temporarily give in. Of course, he was not so pedantic as to leave the palace without doing anything just to prove his noble character and unquestionable integrity. After the morning court, he returned to the palace and began to make arrangements. It was still early before dark, so he did not need to move out of the palace immediately. First, he informed Wang Ziding and strictly ordered the palace guards to not allow anyone to approach the emperor unless there was an imperial edict. Now, Wang Ziding and he were on the same boat. Naturally, he would not allow outsiders to know the emperor's true situation. As for the edict, it was actually his and Wang Ziding's intentions. Next was the Emperor Zhao Go. He used the Great Soul shifting technique and his unique acupoint sealing technique to keep him in a state of unconsciousness. This was just in case. After all, the palace was so big, and all the powers had extended their tentacles in. It was hard to say which of the guards under Prince Chi Ting had been bribed. This way, even if some people saw Zhao go, they would not be able to get any righteous status from him. Next were the imperial physicians, palace maids, eunuchs and so on. They were all replaced with new people. Unfortunately, he could only do his best in these matters. After all, they were not his trusted aides. He was not sure if there would be any problems with the people he had carefully selected. The people sent by the Vulture Palace and the Golden Snake Camp were still on the way. It would probably be a few days before they arrived. He had some people in Linen, but many of the people from Prince Chi's mansion were handpicked by Ren Yingying from the Sun Moon sect. These people could dominate the underworld, but most of them were not suitable for a place like the palace. It was the same with the people from the beggar sect. As for the people from He Tiesho's brothel, Song Qingshu did not want another wave of trouble to come. If those virtuous gentlemen found out about their origins, there would be an uproar. Thus, during this transitional period, he could only stay by Zhao Guo's side at all times to prevent any accident. But he did not expect that someone with ulterior motives would get a hold of him and force him out of the palace. I've finally seen the horror of these professional haters. Thinking back to the situation in the morning court, Song Qingshu felt a headache. Those scholars did not use any vulgar words when they scolded people. Every sentence was quoted from the classic. Even if you were stabbed in the back, you still did not know how to refute. The reason why Song Qingshu did not continue to refute and agreed to leave the palace so quickly was that he realized a fatal flaw. He did not have his own supporters in the imperial court. Look at the crown prince. It was his idea, but he did not say anything from the beginning to the end. There were a lot of people around him waving the flag and shouting for him. There were also the two old foxes, Shi Miuwen and Xueji, who were sitting on the fishing platform. If not for their secret instructions, how could the crown prince's people make such a big scene? Him personally debating with the great scholars like Zhen Dixio had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. With his position, he should have been a judge and not a debater. As a judge, he could openly take sides. As a debater, unless he reached the level of Zhuge Liang, who could debate with the scholars, he was destined to lose from the beginning. But where could he find someone to wave the flag and shout for him in such a short time? Just as Song Qingshu was having a headache, a guard suddenly came to report that someone from the Imperial City Department wanted to see him. Imperial City Department? Bring him in. Song Qingshu was inwardly annoyed. The Imperial Court had just decided to have the people of the Imperial City Department be responsible for finding him a place to live near the Imperial Palace. In the end, the people of the Imperial City Department had come to his door so early. They couldn't wait to chase him away. Even a man made of clay had a temper. Moreover, Song Qingshu was now in a high position. It was fine that he had been bullied by those scholars before, but now that he was in a special agency like the Imperial City Department, and it was the territory of that old fox, Xueji, he naturally did not need to have any misgivings. He decided to teach the people of the Imperial City Department a lesson and let them know what it meant to be under one person and above tens of thousands, and what it meant to have the bearing of a great master. Not long after, the sound of light footsteps could be heard from outside the door. Song Qingshu thought to himself that the reputation of the Imperial City Department was well deserved. Any random person they found had decent qinggong. Of course, although he admired them, he had already made up his mind to give them a show of strength. After all, they were not on the same side. Despite clearly hearing the other party enter, Song Qingshu pretended not to know, continuing to read the documents with his head lowered. He decided to hang the other party out to dry for now. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the person finally could not help but speak, reporting to the Prince of Qi, the Imperial City Department has already prepared the residence. Prince of Qi, please take a look. If there is anything you are not satisfied with, we will promptly replace it. Song Qingshu could not help but be startled. The other party's intentions were not unexpected, but the other party's voice was gentle and pleasant, clearly the voice of a young woman in the prime of her youth. Raising his head, he saw a young woman with red lips and white teeth. Her appearance was rich and beautiful. Although she was dressed in the austere attire of the Imperial City Department, it was still difficult to conceal her refined and dignified temperament. "Why is it you?" Song Qingshu asked in astonishment. He had met this young woman in men's clothing several times before. It was the eldest daughter of the Shui family, Shui Baochai. Shui Baochai smiled faintly. Everyone in the Imperial City Department knows that the Prince of Qi suffered a bellyful of anger during the morning court session. If you come now, you will definitely be struck by misfortune. As a result, none of them are willing to come. After pushing and pushing, this arduous task fell to me. Unfortunately, as soon as I arrived, I received the cold shoulder of your highness. Those colleagues of yours are quite crafty. Song Qingshu had no choice but to admit that this was a brilliant move. He had clearly decided to teach the men of the Imperial City Department a lesson to vent his anger. However, when faced with this young woman with bright eyes, coupled with the fact that she was half an acquaintance, he found it embarrassing to make a move. It seemed that beautiful women could provide unexpected lubricants in the workplace. Song Qingshu's bellyful of anger had unknowingly dissipated by more than half. He immediately tossed his solemn vow to the back of his mind. It seemed that nothing in the world could escape the law of true fragrance. During the morning court session, all the civil and military officials accused me of messing up the harem. Among them, there was no lack of your father's trusted aides. For such a beautiful young lady to be dispatched at this time, isn't your father worried about sending a sheep into the tiger's den? Song Qingshu deliberately put on a stern face. Shui Baochai's complexion reddened slightly, but she quickly recovered. The Prince of Qi's confidants are all heavenly beauties. It is only natural that he would look down on a willow branch like me. Moreover, I am busy with my duties and have not thought of anything else. A willow branch like you. Song Qingshu looked her up and down with a strange expression. He could not help but remark, "Young Lady Shui, with your willow branch like you, who in this world would dare call themselves a beauty?" Ever since Shui Baochai was a child, countless people had praised her for her beauty, but she didn't know why, but this sentence left a deep impression on her. It was probably related to the identity and status of the person who said it. However, she was a secret agent of the Imperial City Department and quickly recovered. The Prince of Qi is indeed as good as the rumors say. Originally, I did not agree with the proposals of those upright gentlemen in the court. Now it seems that their decision was correct. Song Qingshu's face darkened. Are you praising me or insulting me? This lowly official does not dare. Shui Baochai bowed and continued, "Please, Prince of Qi, go to the residence to take a look. If you are not satisfied, I will immediately order someone to replace it." Song Qingshu glanced at the sky outside the window and shook his head. "It is still morning. Why don't we go later? If we go later, I fear that there will not be enough time." Shui Baochai had an awkward expression. There are not many residences near the imperial palace. All of them are the residences of the nobles and ministers. It is a rather troublesome matter to make room. Song Qingshu's brow furrowed. With this kind of harassment, I fear that we have offended some ministers for no reason. Shui Baochai said, "In truth, our Imperial City Department has a few residences, so we wish to invite Prince of Qi to take a look." Song Qingshu had originally wanted to say that any residence would suffice. However, he immediately thought that if the Imperial City Department deliberately arranged a very remote place for him to stay far away from the Emperor, it would instead be troublesome. As a result, he had to personally take a look. "You are in such a hurry to have me look. Could it be that you are deliberately luring me away to lure the tiger away from the mountain?" Song Qingshu looked suspiciously at the young woman in front of him. A bashful expression appeared on Shui Baochai's face. With some embarrassment, she said, "The main reason is that the people of the Imperial City Department are not willing to touch bad luck. As a result, only I am responsible for this matter. I am worried that it will be too late. You know that I am a young woman. If I go in and out of private residences at night with you, it will be somewhat inconvenient." Song Qingshu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. In the middle of the day, she had also come to view him as a pervert. "Brother Song, can you help me?" Xue Baochai was also embarrassed. Her large eyes widened, somewhat guiltily and somewhat beseeching. "All right, let's go take a look first." Song Qingshu reluctantly agreed. However, he was inwardly sneering. How could a woman from the Imperial City Department be a harmless little bunny? The other party's appearance was most likely 30% genuine and 70% fake. However, it would be good to take advantage of this opportunity to see what these people were up to. As for the Imperial Palace, he had long since made arrangements. It would be good to take advantage of this opportunity to see if there were any loopholes. As they were leaving, Song Qingshu could not help but ask, "In truth, I have always been very curious. Young Lady Xue, you come from a prestigious family and are a young lady of a noble family. Why would you choose to join a place like the Imperial City Department?" Chapter 2062. Xue Baochai smiled slightly. "It's mainly because my brother works in the Imperial City Department. When I was a child, I often went to the Imperial City Department to play with him. After a while, I became familiar with the people in the Imperial City Department. Then, it was natural for me to join the Imperial City Department." Song Qingshu looked at her noncommittally. "Since Miss Xue doesn't want to answer, then don't. Why do you make up some lies? Who asked you to be a high and mighty prince? Do you think I would dare to not answer your question?" Xue Baochai rolled her eyes. It was a little cute. Then, she sighed faintly. "In fact, our Xue family has only been prosperous these years. In the early years, our main identity was still royal merchant." Song Qingshu nodded. He thought that Madame Ruan was also a royal merchant. The competition between the Ruan family and the Xue family was quite fierce in the past few years. Your Highness must know the situation of the Song dynasty. No matter how much money our family makes, it is difficult to change our lowly merchant identity. Xue Baochai's tone was a little sad and self-deprecating. Everyone in the family is working hard to change all this. It is easier said than done for a merchant family to enter the official career. We have spent a lot of money. It is good enough to get a position like the Imperial City Department. How can we be picky? Song Qingshu knew that she was telling the truth. There were a lot of people in the capital waiting for the jinshi of 2 ranks to fill the vacancy. Although there were many officials in the Song dynasty, there were very few vacancies every year. Everyone fought for them. The local positions had to be given to the jinshi of 2 ranks first. Therefore, the Xue family could only go to places that the jinshi were not willing to go. Of course, this was a scene from many years ago. The Xue family had Xueji, and with the help of the other major families, they had risen through the ranks over the years. Now that they were involved in politics, the Xue family's status had naturally risen as well. "You are a girl. It is too hard for you to work in such a place." Song Qingshu couldn't help thinking of Wanyan Ping of the Jin Kingdom. But with her character, she was doing well in the laundry yard. "Everyone in the family works hard." Xue Baochai bit her lip. "I have a cousin who is far better than me in both appearance and talent. At a young age, she has to participate in the family's imperial business. She has to go out in public all day, eating and sleeping in the open. Compared to her, what is my little bit of hard work?" Song Qingshu knew that the cousin she was referring to was Xue Baoqin. Of course, she was clearly being modest when she said that her looks and talents far surpassed his. Of course, although Xue Baoqin's appearance in Dream of the Red Chamber was short, She did have the feeling that she was the most beautiful woman in the world. That was why he vaguely remembered her. I've accidentally said so many trivial things. I've made a fool of myself in front of your highness. Xue Baochai quickly woke up and her face returned to that perfect smile from before. Song Qingshu sighed. Compared to the mask you're wearing now, I think you're cuter when you reveal your true feelings. Xue Baochai blushed. Your highness is about to become the son-in-law. It is not good to casually flirt with other girls. Song Qingshu was speechless. He knew that she had returned to her usual state. She probably wouldn't say anything of value again. He changed the topic. Right, why didn't I see your older brother this time? I remember that his swordsmanship is very good. Xue Baochai's expression darkened. My older brother went on a business trip a while ago. He was seriously injured and has been in seclusion ever since. Business trip? Song Qingshu inwardly sneered. Xue Yi had gone to Liao to assassinate the diplomatic mission and had almost killed Shen Bijuan. In the end, he had been ambushed by Murong Jingyue with the divine blade slash. Even he did not dare to underestimate the power of the divine blade slash. Xue Yi had suffered a direct hit. It was already good that he had survived. If he wanted to recover to his peak, he would not be able to do so even if he went into seclusion for a long time. The two of them chatted as they hurried along. Soon, they arrived at the place prepared by the Imperial City Department outside the palace. Song Qingshu rejected it with a glance. As he had expected, the Imperial City Department had chosen a place that was relatively far from the Imperial Palace. Xue Baochai did not seem surprised by his reaction. She quickly led him to other places. After walking through several places, Song Qingshu said with a smile that was not a smile, Eldest Miss Xue, you have deliberately led me in circles. You should have finished what you need to do, right? Xue Baochai's expression changed. She smiled unnaturally. What is the Prince of Qi saying? I don't understand. At this moment, an imperial bodyguard suddenly galloped over. Reporting. Song Qingshu frowned. What is it? The crown prince was assassinated in Chongqing Palace Hall, the imperial bodyguard quickly replied. What? Xue Baochai cried out in alarm. She was clearly surprised by this result. Song Qingshu's face darkened. Didn't we already order that without an official warrant, no one is allowed to enter or leave the imperial palace? Why did the crown prince appear in Chongqing Palace Hall? Chongqing Palace Hall was the residence of the most respected imperial concubines in the Great Song Imperial Palace. At present, it was Consort Jia who resided there. This subordinate does not know the specifics, the imperial bodyguard hastily replied. Let's return to the palace first. Song Qingshu waved his hand, calling for his subordinates to hurry back to the imperial palace. Seeing this, Xue Baochai hurriedly followed. What is the matter with the assassins? Song Qingshu hastily asked. In truth, he had already guessed that someone would make a move when he left the palace. However, he did not expect that the first to jump out would be the crown prince. Moreover, he did not expect that there would be an assassin. After all, the safety of the imperial palace was now under the responsibility of him and Wang Ziding's people. If anything happened to the crown prince, they would be in big trouble. Not long after the crown prince and his entourage arrived at Chongqing Palace Hall, an assassin jumped out of nowhere and injured the crown prince with a hidden weapon. Even the Empress Dowager was shocked, the imperial bodyguard answered. How is the crown prince? Song Qingshu somewhat suspected that this assassin was deliberately sent by his political enemies. It was a good trick to injure himself to gain the confidence of the crown prince. The assassin's hidden weapon was poisoned. We have already invited the imperial physician. I don't know if he can save the crown prince, the imperial bodyguard quickly answered. Poisoned. This was beyond Song Qingshu's expectations. He thought that this person was probably not one of the crown prince's men. Could it be someone sent by the two old foxes, Shi Miuan and Xue Ji? Not only did they get rid of the crown prince, but they also took the opportunity to frame me? Have you caught the assassin? Song Qinshu hastily asked. If they had a witness, the following situation would be much easier to deal with. The assassin's qinggong is very good. He injured many guards. However, the palace marshal has sealed off the surroundings of the imperial palace. The assassin should not have escaped, the imperial bodyguard replied. It's good that he hasn't escaped. Song Qingshu's eyes lit up. As long as the assassin was still in the imperial palace, he would be able to find him. You guys follow behind. I will go first. After leaving these words to the entourage, he turned into a shadow and quickly ran in the direction of the imperial palace. Xue Baochai tried to chase after him, but she stopped after just one step. She shook her head with a bitter smile. Song Qingshu returned to the imperial palace. He stood in the Qing Palace Hall and used the telepathic soul-searching technique. Which scoundrel dares to cause trouble in the imperial palace? Waves of sound spread to every corner of the imperial palace. Even many of the officials outside the imperial palace heard it. Many people in the imperial palace had not personally seen a great grandmaster in action. It was only now that they were all shocked. Was this the power of a great grandmaster? Song Qinshu quickly sensed that there was something strange in the back garden. His body moved and he pounced in that direction. He arrived in front of a fake mountain. A black shadow was hiding inside. Seeing someone approaching, he instinctively attacked. However, when he saw the person's appearance clearly, his movements involuntarily paused for a moment. Song Qingshu did not hesitate. He slammed his palm against the Shanzhong point on the other's chest. However, the strange sensation from his palm shocked him, and he quickly withdrew most of his strength. Chapter 2063. But even so, his attack was shocking. The assassin cried out in surprise and fell behind the fake mountain. Song Qingshu did not expect the other party to not resist at all. He had just learned from the guard that the assassin was highly skilled in martial arts and that her attacks were ruthless. In addition, she had caused him unpredictable trouble. This caused a ball of anger in his heart, so when he saw the other party, his first reaction was to deal a heavy blow. But the development of the situation was somewhat unexpected. The touch from his palm and the cry of pain from the assassin all showed that the other party was a woman. Who are you? Song Qingshu came to the side of the assassin and asked in a low voice. It's me. The assassin said somewhat weakly as she pulled off the black cloth on her face, revealing a charming face. Her beautiful eyes were bright, and her rosy cheeks were flushed. She was truly a beauty. There was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, and it was especially eye-catching when reflected by her fair skin. Li Macho? Countless guesses flashed through Song Qingshu's mind, but he never thought that the assassin would be her. Aren't you at Blackwood Cliff? Back then, he had made a promise with Li Macho that she would work for him for a few years, and then he would set her free. At that time, the mission he had given her was to stay at Blackwood Cliff, in case the Sun Moon Church made any strange moves. Li Macho was about to answer when she suddenly spat out a small mouthful of blood. It was obvious that her injuries were not light. There's an assassin. At this time, many imperial guards ran in this direction. It was obvious that Song Qingshu's figure had guided them. Wait a moment. Song Qingshu motioned for Li Macho to continue hiding in the fake mountain cave, and then he stood on the fake mountain and stopped the guards running in the distance. The assassin is not here, search elsewhere. The guards did not worry about him. They bowed and searched in other directions. After the imperial guards left, Song Qingshu hurried to the fake mountain and found that Li Macho had fainted against a rock. Song Qingshu checked her pulse and finally let out a sigh of relief. He had held back most of his strength in that palm strike, so although Li Macho's injuries were not light, her life was not in danger. There were many guards coming and going, so Song Qingshu naturally couldn't leave her here. He stooped down and carried Limacho to his room. Currently, the safest place in the entire imperial palace was probably his room. With the reputation of a great grandmaster, no one would dare to come and seek trouble. The imperial guards would also not deliberately search his residence. On the way, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He felt that Limacho's waist was extremely soft. Now that they were flying at lightning speed, her body was like a water fairy, slightly trembling in the wind. Song Qingshu was secretly puzzled. Limacho wasn't young anymore. 10 years ago, she had made a name for herself in Jianghu. Now that 10 years had passed, how could her skin still be delicate like a young girl's? Suddenly, he laughed involuntarily. After living in this world for a long time, many standards of judgment had been led astray. Limacho was an older girl here, but really, when she debuted, she was only around 10 years old. Now, after 10 years, she was in her 20s. In the future, she would be at her peak. On the other hand, at first, he thought that she was a rising star, but in reality, she was already over 30 years old. She was completely an old cow that ate young grass. Very quickly, Song Qingshu returned to his room and gently placed Limacho on the bed. Feeling the vibration, Limacho slowly woke up. Seeing that Song Qingshu seemed to be undressing, she couldn't help but be shocked. "What are you trying to do?" Song Qingshu's face darkened. "In your heart, am I such a beast? Speaking of which, you are the female devil who kills people like flies in Jianghu." As he spoke, he took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom. "I'm really sorry just now. I didn't know it was you, so I was a bit heavy-handed. This is the Xiaoyao Sect's 9 turns bear snake pill. Take it and use your internal strength to open up the medicinal effect. After a few days of rest, you should be fine." Looking at the pill in his palm, Limacho realized that she had wronged him. She said with some embarrassment, "Thank you." Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. "This world is really strange. A female devil like you is actually guarding her chastity. If it was in my hometown, you should have seen countless people." Limacho's face turned cold. In an instant, she took out a few soul-freezing silver needles. She said angrily, "Although I can't beat you, I'm not the kind of person that you can take liberties with." Song Qingshu reached out and took one of the soul-freezing silver needles. He couldn't help but ask, "Did you just use this needle to hurt the crown prince?" At the same time, he was secretly worried. The soul-freezing silver needles were extremely poisonous. Did the crown prince die just like that? Limacho's face turned pale. She didn't even have time to react. The needle in her hand had already changed hands. She knew that the gap between their martial arts was too big. She didn't want to resist anymore. She couldn't help but say dejectedly, "The crown prince has a person with good martial arts. He shouldn't die." Song Qingshu was relieved. He was about to ask her why she wanted to enter the palace to assassinate the crown prince. Suddenly, his ears twitched. He heard the sound of the palace guards searching everywhere. He knew that this couldn't go on. He said to Limacho, "We'll talk about other things later. Take off your clothes first." "You!" Limacho couldn't help but be furious. She didn't care whether she could beat him or not. In an instant, the soul-freezing silver needles in her hand shot out. Song Qingshu's figure flashed. Looking at the row of poisonous needles on the pillar behind him, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. "Grandaunt, you really want my life?" Limacho looked at him with a frosty face. She knew that she couldn't hit the other, so she didn't waste any more energy. "I'm really scared of you. I just wanted to play a joke with you." Song Qingshu knew that Limacho was usually ruthless, but she was very conservative in matters between men and women. He didn't tease her anymore. He explained, "You just assassinated the crown prince. It was a big deal. The palace guards immediately sealed off the entire imperial city. Knowing that you were still in the palace, they are now searching for you from house to house. To avoid trouble later, I had to pretend to be you and leave the palace." Even though she understood the cause and effect, Limacho was still somewhat angry. "The clothes I wore, how can I take them off and give them to you?" Song Qingshu spread his hands and said, "Who told you to come in wearing such an eye-catching outfit? Where am I going to find another set of night clothes?" Limacho bit her lip and turned her head to the side. "Anyway, it won't work. At worst, you can just hand over me the assassin." Now that the situation in the Imperial Palace was so tense, Song Qingshu still had a lot of things to deal with. He couldn't stand her being delayed like this. He simply said, "If you don't take them off, then I'll do it myself." "You dare?" Limacho instantly shrank into the corner, looking at him angrily with shame and anger. Song Qingshu said with a smile, "Anyway, in your heart, I'm also that kind of greedy and lecherous beast. What's there to be afraid of? You just gave me a good and honorable excuse." "I'll take them off." Limacho's face alternated between red and white. In the end, she could only say hatefully, "You're a great grandmaster. How can you be so shameless?" Chapter 2064. Seeing Limacho unbuttoning her coat, Song Qingshu was speechless. "It's just a coat. Aren't you wearing clothes underneath? You're acting like I'm molesting you." "How is this not molesting me?" Limacho was furious, but she knew that he had a bigger fist. She was too lazy to refute him. She hid under the blanket and took off her night clothes and handed them to him. The clothes were still warm. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. "It smells so good. I didn't expect you to wear perfume." Limacho's face darkened. "I'm not a girl from a brothel. Why would I wear perfume? It's just your imagination. It's normal for women to wear perfume. How can you call it a brothel?" Song Qingshu said as he put on the night clothes. "You don't really think of yourself as a Taoist nun, do you?" Limacho's face turned green and red. She seemed to be enduring something. She couldn't help but say angrily, "I'm a Taoist nun. You're just hurt by love and closed your heart. Why do you want to ruin your life for a man?" Song Qingshu said as he put on his clothes. The black clothes were a little small for him, and he almost couldn't fit into them. He had to use the bone shrinking technique from the 9-in manual to shrink his body before he could barely fit into them. "You don't have to worry about me." Limacho turned her face away, and no one could see her expression. Lu Zhenyuan's matter was her sore spot, and if it was someone else who dared to talk to her about this, she would have sent them to hell long ago. It was a pity that she could not defeat Song Qingshu, and just thinking about it made her go crazy. "I'll go out and distract the guards. You stay here and rest. No one will come here to search." Song Qingshu walked a few steps and suddenly turned back. "Right, you won't run away while I'm gone, will you?" "Humph." Limacho's expression showed that she had the same intention. Song Qingshu didn't mind and said with a faint smile, "Even if you run, I can still find you. Don't forget how I located you just now. Once you escape and I catch you, I'll strip you naked and hang you on the palace gate. Let's see if you're afraid." "You." Limacho instantly sat up straight. Her agitation triggered the internal injuries in her body, causing her to cough incessantly. She didn't care much about life and death, but she cared a lot about her reputation and chastity. Even though she knew that the other party was probably trying to scare her, she didn't dare to take the risk. Seeing that she was frightened, Song Qingshu walked out of the door. The reason why he was like this was because Limacho had killed many innocent people in Jianghu, so there was no need to be too polite to her. But as soon as this thought came up, it was denied by himself. In the end, it was still his personality that caused mischief. When he saw a beautiful girl, he couldn't help but tease her. Everything else was just an excuse. Despising his own hypocrisy, Song Qingshu deliberately ran in front of the palace guards with a black cloth and showed his face. As expected, the palace guards came to arrest him. He circled around a few times and felt that it was almost time. He directly escaped from the palace under the watchful eyes of the public. Then he went to a secluded corner, changed his clothes, and secretly returned to the palace. When he returned to the palace, he didn't directly return to his residence. Instead, he rushed to Chongqing Palace. It should be known that the crown prince was hit by Li Macho's soul-freezing silver needles. The soul-freezing silver needles were extremely poisonous. He didn't want the crown prince to die like this. At this time, Chongqing Palace was already a mess. The palace maids and eunuchs kept running in and out, and the imperial physicians also took turns calling. Before entering the palace, they heard the imperial physician's voice, reporting to Your Highness, the poison of the hidden weapon is very powerful. Fortunately, young Tutor Wei sealed the crown prince's acupoints in time so that the poison didn't enter the heart meridian. Otherwise, I'm afraid that even the almighty immortals couldn't save the crown prince. Jia Fei said angrily, I didn't call you here to listen to this nonsense. Tell me directly, can you cure him? This humble subject is afraid, the imperial physician replied. We will first prescribe some medicine to suppress the poison in the crown prince's body, then use acupuncture to draw out the poison in the body. However, this poison is very powerful. I'm afraid that it may not be completely drawn out. This humble subject is worried that the crown prince may have sequelae in the future. Sequelae? Another old man's voice rang out. It was obvious that he didn't want to see this result. This voice was also familiar to Song Qingshu. It was the young tutor of the crown prince, Wei Liaweng, who had impeached him in the imperial court for a long time. Actually, there is another way. That is to find someone with extremely high martial arts skills to use his inner strength to force out the poisoned blood in the crown prince's body. However, the previous trip to Wudong caused a heavy loss of martial arts masters in the capital. I'm afraid it will be difficult to find a suitable person, the imperial physician replied. The imperial preceptor, Shi Hao, is in the capital now. Quickly invite him over, Jia Fei hurriedly shouted. No, we can't find him. Wei Liaweng immediately denied it. It should be known that the crown prince and Shi Miyuan didn't get along. Who knew if they would take advantage of this time to play some tricks? If something happened to the crown prince's body, the impact would be great. Let me do it. Song Qingshu directly stepped into the room. It was as if an invisible aura had spread out. The previously noisy room instantly quietened down. With King Qi's martial arts skills, there is naturally no problem. The imperial physician wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, he had long wanted to invite King Qi over. However, imperial physicians like them had infiltrated the imperial palace and naturally knew that both the crown prince's faction and Jia Fei's faction had conflicts with King Qi. Previously, he didn't dare to bring up the matter and cause trouble. Now that the other party had personally arrived, he could finally shift the blame. Song Qingshu, you are in charge of the imperial palace's guards. Now that there was an assassin and the crown prince was injured, do you know your crime? Jia Fei immediately reprimanded him the moment she saw him. In fact, both of them used to drink at the same table in the Jia residence. Moreover, Song Qingshu was the nominal teacher of the Jia residence's young masters and mistresses. Both of them could still maintain a superficial harmony. However, during this trip to Mount Wudong, how could Jia Fei not know of her younger brother's plan? Now that her younger brother had failed and died, she blamed everything on Song Qingshu and completely shed all pretense of cordiality. Song Qingshu's face darkened. Your ladyship's words don't make sense. During the morning assembly today, I was forced to leave the palace by the officials. Just now, it was also the people of the Imperial City Department who brought me out of the palace to look at my new residence. The assassin didn't come late or early, but at this time. The timing is so coincidental. I am thinking if someone did it on purpose. Jia Fei angrily said, What do you mean? Nothing. I am just curious who summoned the crown prince into the palace, and the location of the assassination so coincidentally at Chongqing Palace Hall. Song Qingshu said as he observed Wei Liaweng's reaction. As expected, Wei Liaweng subconsciously glanced at Jia Fei, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Feeling the suspicion of her potential ally, Jia Fei was so angry that her eyes darkened. "Bastard, don't you dare smear my name," Song Qingshu lightly said. "I am here to save the crown prince. Your ladyship, you are deliberately blocking me and arguing with me. If there is a delay..." Wei Liaweng's expression changed as expected. He stepped forward and said, "Your ladyship, saving the crown prince is more important. We can discuss other matters later." Jia Fei's breathing quickened. She knew that Wei Liaweng no longer trusted her and hurriedly explained, "I did not mean that." However, no one paid attention to her at this moment. Everyone's attention was attracted by Song Qingshu, who had walked to the crown prince's side. Noticing that the crown prince's skin had turned black, Song Qingshu could not help but sigh at the tyranny of the Hail Silver Needles. At the same time, he instructed the palace maids beside him, "Help the crown prince up." He then said to Wei Liaweng, "Next, I am going to help the crown prince heal his injuries. I will have to trouble junior tutor to stand guard at the side. Don't worry, Prince Qi. With me here, no one will be able to come near." Wei Liaweng was the crown prince's martial arts teacher. Naturally, he understood that this was not the time to be disturbed. Otherwise, the crown prince would be gravely injured or even killed. He had actually tried to force the poison out of the crown prince's body, but the effect was minimal. Now that he saw that Song Qingshu was willing to treat the crown prince, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Immediately after, he began to wonder if his side had gone too far by pressuring the crown prince during the morning court session. Chapter 2065. Song Qingshu began to detoxify the crown prince. Although the poison of the soul-freezing silver needles was an incurable and terrifying existence to ordinary Jianghu people, it was not a difficult task for the five unique. Wei Liaweng had failed to force the poison out of the crown prince's body because of his lack of skill. Ouyang Feng, who had gone mad, had taught the young Yanggua a simple incantation, and he was able to force the poison out of the soul-freezing silver needles. Now that Song Qingshu had personally forced the poison out of the crown prince's body, it was naturally much easier. About an hour later, the crown prince spat out the poison blood, and the soul-freezing silver needles poison was finally resolved. Song Qingshu took the towel handed by the palace maid and wiped his hands. He said, "For the next period of time, pay attention to your diet and do not eat anything that is too nutritious. Also, ask the imperial physician to prescribe some medicine to clear away heat and detoxify. After a period of rest, the crown prince will recover." In fact, the crown prince had been conscious just now, but his body was numb from the poison. Now that he had spat out the poison blood, he gradually regained control of his body. He could not help but salute with a complicated expression. "Thank you for saving me." How could the crown prince not feel complicated? During the morning court, he had ordered his men to attack him. This time, he had come to the palace to discuss with Jia Fei about how to deal with him. In the end, he had to rely on him to save his life. "Crown Prince, you are too kind." Song Qingshu looked at Jia Fei and smiled meaningfully. "Crown Prince, do you plan to recuperate in Chongqing Palace?" The Crown Prince's expression changed. Wei Liaweng also hurriedly said, "No, we are going back to recuperate." The appearance of the assassin was suspicious. They even suspected that it was sent by Jia Fei. How could they dare to stay in Chongqing Palace? It was best to return to their own territory. "That's good too. I will arrange for guards to escort you." Song Qingshu thought that Li Macho had hit the nail on the head and helped him greatly. Jia Fei was hopping mad. She had gone to great lengths to get the crown prince into the palace, but he had left just like that. She knew that he suspected that the assassin was related to her, and it was useless to persuade him. After escorting the crown prince and his entourage out of the imperial palace, Song Qingshu took the opportunity to order the strengthening of the imperial palace's security, especially around Chongqing Palace. Of course, Consort Jia knew that the so-called protection was actually surveillance, but the other party had the right to do so, so she could not do anything. Wang Ziting quickly found Song Qingshu. Qingshu, the assassin, was too fast. Our brothers couldn't stop him. If only you were here. Song Qingshu knew that he had some doubts as to why he did not act, but he was already prepared for this. Just now, I was worried about the crown prince's condition, so I ran to the crown prince to circulate my energy to expel the poison. Qingshu Song Emperor. And Tian. Prince Wang Prince's safety is. Palace Tian is Prince's. The poison has been cleared. I'll be fine after resting for a while, Song Qingshu replied. Very fortunate, very fortunate. Wang Ziting was terrified. If something had happened to the crown prince in the palace, he, as the commander of the front department of the palace guards, would not be able to bear the consequences. Qingshu, who do you think sent the assassins? Song Qingshu laughed in his heart, but he still looked confused. I don't know. Wang Ziting's face was full of doubts. He muttered to himself, is it Jia Fei's people, or Shi Miuan and Xueji, the two old foxes? Everyone has a motive. Who benefits the most from the crown prince's death? After thinking for a while, Wang Ziting could not think of a reason, so he said, Qingshu, don't leave the palace today, in case someone breaks in again. Okay. Song Qingshu did not want to leave the palace, but he did not have a legitimate reason to do so. Now that the crown prince was almost assassinated, who dared to say anything? After parting with Wang Ziting and returning to his room, Song Qingshu found that there was no one on the bed. He was shocked. Did she really run away? I'm here. Li Macho covered her chest and walked out from behind the screen with a pale face. Thank God, Song Qingshu said hurriedly. Now the palace guards have been greatly strengthened, and Li Macho is injured. If the guards found her, they might kill her on the spot. Since you are back, I should go, Li Macho said as she walked to the door. Song Qingshu frowned and hurriedly grabbed her arm. Didn't you hear what I just said? How can you go out in your current condition? Li Macho unnaturally shook off his hand and answered, the 9-turner sinus pill just now had a miraculous effect. I feel much better now. Although the 9-turner sinus pill is magical, it is not an elixir. How can it be healed so quickly? Song Qingshu did not care about her objection and pressed her to sit down on a chair. It has been a long time since you broke into the palace. You must be hungry. I specially went to the imperial kitchen to get some snack. You can eat first. I am not hungry. As soon as Li Macho finished speaking, her stomach let out a growl, making her want to find a hole to hide in. All right, people are made of iron and rice is made of steel. Song Qingshu took a piece of osmanthus cake and stuffed it into her mouth. After eating, tell me, why did you appear in the palace and become an assassin? Li Macho was furious at his behavior, but she was hungry and could not resist the temptation of the fragrant osmanthus cake. She swallowed the food in her mouth. Eat slowly, there is more here. Song Qingshu handed her a cup of tea. Use this to fill your stomach first. I have ordered the imperial kitchen to prepare some food. Thank you. Li Macho was also very surprised. When did she become so polite? After eating a few pieces of cake, she felt much better and then replied, I came to the palace to find you. Find me? Song Qingshu's expression was strange. He thought of 10,000 possibilities, but he did not think of this situation. Could it be that Li Macho saw that I was handsome and was subdued by my charm, and finally came thousands of miles to find her lover? Noticing his expression, Li Macho knew that he thought wrong. She said angrily, If you look at me with that kind of dirty eyes, believe it or not, I will dig your eyes out. You can't beat me. Song Qingshu secretly cursed, but he did not say it out to add fuel to the fire. Limacho said, I saw the people sent by the Lee family of Lin and on Blackwood Cliff. After reading the letter, I knew that I might be their separated eldest daughter. After a pause, she continued, At first, I had some doubts, but I also received your letter, so I came to have a look. Originally, I did not care about whether I was a family or not, but it was too boring to stay in Blackwood Cliff, so I came out for a walk. Noticing her slightly excited expression, Song Qingshu secretly sighed. Obviously, she cared about it, but she did not admit it. Was being arrogant the standard of a witch? After coming to Lin and we talked about some details. I should be the eldest daughter of the Lee family that year. Limacho's tone was full of sorrow. If she had not been lost, she would not have been adopted by her master, and later she would not have met Lu Zhanyuan, and there would not have been a series of things. Later, I heard that you came back, so I planned to find you to express my gratitude. But now that your martial arts are high and you have power in the court, I can't think of how to repay you. Limacho was a little distressed. Fortunately, today I heard my father mention the matter in the court. I knew that you were facing the dilemma of being forced out of the palace, so I planned to come to the palace to make a scene. In this way, you will not be forced to leave, and I will repay you. Song Qingshu's expression was very interesting. After all, the initiator of all this was himself. Chapter 2066. Limacho continued, After entering the palace, I didn't know the way, so I wandered around. I happened to hear the crown prince and the imperial concubine discussing how to deal with you. I owe you a lot, so I can't let them go. I didn't know that the people around them were so good at kung fu. I almost couldn't escape. Song Qingshu sighed with emotion and said, You're really lucky. Had it not been for the battle on Mount Wudong that wiped out all the experts in the imperial palace, I'm afraid you wouldn't have been able to leave so easily this time. Not to mention Huang Chang and the drunkard, Limacho might not be able to deal with those with imperial weapons. Hearing his explanation, Limacho said with some fear, After entering the palace, I didn't meet many masters, so I really looked down on the palace. I didn't know there was such a reason. Song Qingshu suddenly felt a little embarrassed. You came to help me, but I accidentally hurt you and treated you badly. I'm really sorry. Limacho turned her face away and said coldly, Don't think too much. I'm a person who distinguishes between kindness and hatred. I only did this to return the favor. Now that I've returned the favor, we don't owe each other anything. Song Qingshu was stunned and could only smile bitterly. If that's what you want, then so be it. Limacho continued, Can I leave the palace now? Leave the palace now? Song Qingshu frowned slightly. You're injured and the entire palace is under martial law. It's not a good time to leave. If I don't leave the palace, do you want me to stay here with you for a night? Limacho looked at him angrily, her expression full of wariness. Song Qingshu was speechless for a moment. Although he didn't have any bad intentions, it was a bit hard for a woman to stay with him in a room for a night. If it was before, Song Qingshu wouldn't care so much. But now that he knew that Limacho came for him, he didn't want to force her. But now the security is tighter. In your current state, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to get out. Song Qingshu said worriedly. Limacho didn't care at all. You don't have to worry about that. I've been in Jianghu for so many years, what kind of danger have I not experienced? Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment. Forget it. I'll walk you out. Now, not only was the palace under martial law, but the entire Lin and city was also patrolled by soldiers searching for assassins. If Limacho was accidentally caught, he would not be at ease for the rest of his life. But aren't you not allowed to leave the palace? Limacho asked curiously. Song Qingshu explained, There were assassins in the palace, and now the palace gate has been sealed. Even if other people wanted to enter, they would not be able to. It won't be a big deal if I go out for a short while. Previously, the guards under Wang Ziding's command were unable to stop many people mainly because they did not have a valid reason to do so. Now that there were assassins in the palace, he could justifiably stop any request from the nobles and ministers to enter and exit the palace. All right then. Limacho did not refuse. She was not a stubborn person. Otherwise, she would not have stirred up a storm of blood and could still be free and unfettered in Jianghu for so many years. Although it had been noisy for a long time, it was still daytime. Although Song Qingshu could disguise Limacho as his personal guard and take her out of the palace, it would be known by people with intentions that he left the palace. It was too risky, so he finally decided to sneak out of the palace. Finding a secluded place in the palace, Song Qingshu used his lightness skill and jumped over the palace wall with Limacho. After standing firmly, Limacho hurriedly broke free from his arms. Her face was slightly red. "All right, I'll go by myself." For so many years, when had she been so intimate with a man? Even when she was passionately in love with Lu Zhanyuan, they did not cross the line at all. "If you help the Buddha, help the West. I'd better send you back to the Li mansion." Seeing that she was about to refuse, Song Qingshu smiled and pointed at her clothes. "Now your clothes are disheveled. I guess you don't want to be surrounded by people on the way, right?" Only then did Limacho remember that her coat had been taken off by him. She couldn't help but glare at him hatefully. "It's all your fault." Song Qingshu couldn't help but ask, "I'm actually very curious. It's obviously daytime. Why are you wearing nocturnal clothes? Isn't it more eye-catching?" "If I wear my own clothes, it's very likely that people with intentions will recognize some clues. The nocturnal clothes cover my whole body, so naturally, nothing will be revealed." Limacho looked at him strangely, with an expression that said, "Why don't you know such a principle that everyone knows?" "I see." Song Qingshu suddenly understood. On the way, he asked Limacho from time to time about various things that happened in Blackwood Cliff and back to Lin and City. As they chatted, they soon arrived at the Li mansion. "Don't enter from the main door." Limacho tugged at his clothes with an extremely embarrassed expression. Ever since she returned to the family, she knew that the Li family was a scholarly family that attached great importance to family integrity. Now that her clothes were disheveled, she didn't dare to let the people in the mansion see it. "That's right." Song Qingshu smiled and directly jumped to the backyard with her in his arms. "Where's your room?" "Over there." Limacho stretched out her finger and pointed to the other side of the corridor. Song Qingshu nodded. In a flash, he took Limacho to her door. When he was about to open the door unexpectedly opened by itself. Inside, a young woman in plain clothes with her hair in a bun put her hand on the door and looked at them with a stunned expression. "Big sister." That kind of elegant and demure temperament was extremely unique. Who else could it be but Li Wan, the first young mistress of the Rongwa mansion? "Second sister." Limacho looked embarrassed and hurriedly pushed Song Qingshu away. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Song Qingshu looked natural. "Oh, it's the young mistress of the Rongwa mansion. Your sister was attacked on the road. I happened to run into her and saved her." "Is that really the case?" Li Wan's eyes fell on Limacho's untidy clothes. Her expression was extremely suspicious. However, after being in a big family for so many years, she had seen all kinds of dirty things. She had long practiced the ability to turn a blind eye. She followed his words and asked, "Big sister, are you all right?" "No, nothing." Limacho forced a smile. "Just a little injury. I'll be fine after a few days of rest." "That's good." Li Wan nodded, but her eyes were a bit more mischievous. "You entertain him for me. I'll go change my clothes first." Limacho finally couldn't stand it anymore. She directly entered the room and closed the door, leaving the two looking at each other. Li Wan's face was slightly hot. She thought that her sister really came from Jianghu and didn't know the seriousness of the situation. How could she let a woman living alone entertain an outsider? When she raised her head and met the other's eyes, Li Wan's heart jumped. She hurriedly lowered her head and didn't know what to do. Suddenly, she heard her father mention something and quickly had an idea. Your Highness, my father may have a way to solve your current troubles. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.